Chapter 24:13. It was obvious that Jia Yi was an extremely terrifying existence among the foreign tribes. Because of Jia Yi's existence, no one dared to attack Lu Ming. However, many foreign races were very curious about Lu Ming's background. How could a human appear in the capital of a foreign race so openly and have a powerful cultivator by his side? "Make way," Lu Ming shouted and continued to stroll around. However, more and more foreign tribes gathered around him, and there were even heavenly emperors. "Kid, it's you." Suddenly, a voice was heard, and it was filled with disbelief. In front, the crowd made way and a group of people walked over. The one in the lead had purple hair. He was from the foreign tribe's royal family, and he was very young. "It's him, the foreign tribe's prince." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back then in the Two-World City, the foreign tribes attacked the city and sent out their younger generation to challenge the Heaven Domain. They wanted to use this to attack the Heaven Domain's morale. At that time, there was a foreign tribe's prince who was very strong. However, he was taken down by Lu Ming and was exchanged for 100 chaos stones. The person in front of him was that prince, and his name was Emo Tianluo. Behind Emo Tianluo there were a few other figures. Some were from the foreign tribe's royal family and some were from other tribes. All of them had powerful auras. "Greetings to the 8th prince." Around them many of the foreign tribes bowed and were very respectful. There were many branches of the foreign tribes, and they all had the same bloodline passed down from the same ancestor. However, the foreign tribe's royal family was the tribe whose bloodline was closest to the ancestor. Hence, the royal family had the highest status among the various tribes. As for Emo Tianluo, as a prince, he was the king of the kings, and his status was much higher than the ordinary royal family. Of course, the ordinary outsiders treated him with utmost respect. Emo Tianluo didn't bother about the others as he stared at Lu Ming. "Kid, why are you here?" Emo Tianluo's face was gloomy as he asked coldly. "Why am I here?" "You have to ask your ancestors this question. Do you think I want to stay here?" Lu Ming curled his lips. "Kid, watch your words." Emo Tianluo chided before looking at Jia Yi. "Senior, are you here to ensure his safety?" Emo Tianluo asked. Jia Yi nodded and said, "I'll only protect his life. As for his injuries, I don't care at all." Emo Tianluo's eyes lit up. Although he was curious as to why Jia Yi would protect the life of a human, it was easy for him to deal with Jia Yi if he only protected his life and did not care about anything else. He wanted Lu Ming to suffer a fate worse than death. Emo Tianluo's eyes flashed with cold radiance. In the past, he had been taken hostage by Lu Ming in exchange for 100 chaos gems. He had taken this matter to heart and had always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. He didn't expect that the opportunity would be presented to him so easily. How could he let it go? Bang! Emo Tianluo stepped out as his purple hair fluttered. His entire body was emitting a purple radiance. As the third eye at his glabella opened and closed, it flashed with a cold light. "Brat, come out and fight." A cold voice came from Emo Tianluo's mouth. Around them many people became excited. Emo Tianluo was the top genius of the evil god tribe. Back then he was ranked 9th among the younger generation of the evil god tribe. In the vast evil god race, Emo Tianluo was ranked 9th. One could see how talented he was. With Emo Tianluo's current age, he wasn't considered to be from the younger generation. The 8th prince is about to take action. Seems like this human has a grudge with the 8th prince. How many moves do you think the 8th prince will take him down? At most, it won't be more than 10 moves. It might be an instant kill. You have to know that the 8th prince now has the fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Around them, many of the foreign races were discussing. Fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smirk with slight disdain. "You better find someone stronger. You aren't a match for me," Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made Emo Tianluo's eyes turn even colder. "Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. I would like to see how much progress you have made over the years." Having said that, Emo Tianluo took a step forward. His body was like a ray of purple light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Emo Tianluo slapped out with his palm. In his palm, purple radiance spread out and turned into a terrifying palm print that blasted towards Lu Ming. The foreign race's cultivation system was very similar to the immemorial system of the Heaven Domain. When they attacked, it looked simple, but every move they made was extremely powerful. Peak of the true emperor realm. Fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Lu Ming smirked. For a martial emperor, one seclusion would take thousands of years. For Emo Tianluo to be able to raise his fighting strength from a rank 9 true emperor to a rank 18 true emperor in 100 years, this speed was already very fast and shocking. However, it was a pity that he had met Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't be measured by common sense. Lu Ming didn't use his physical strength. His body shone with various radiances of the laws. In an instant, there were more than 10 radiances that intertwined around his body. Swoosh! Lu Ming simply pointed out with his finger. With more than 10 types of laws supporting him, Lu Ming's simple finger became extremely powerful. Lu Ming's finger was like a long spear as it pierced Mo Tianluo's palm. There wasn't any earth-shattering sound and there weren't any violent scenes. The collision between the two of them was extremely small. Poof! It was like a needle piercing a balloon. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. Mo Tianluo's palm print and his palm were pierced through by Lu Ming's finger. The destructive force surged towards Mo Tianluo. Mo Tianluo cried out in pain as his body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. His body twitched as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The entire scene was silent. Mo Tianluo, the prince of the foreign races, was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He was defeated in an instant. How could this be? 100 years ago, Mo Tianluo was the 9th-ranked genius in the evil god world. He was extremely talented. Although he wasn't part of the younger generation, his fighting strength was undoubtedly stronger. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Everyone was stunned as they found it hard to accept. How could this be? Mo Tianluo found it hard to accept as he roared in his heart. He had been working hard for the past few years and his cultivation had improved rapidly. He was now at the peak of the true emperor realm with the fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Soon he would be able to break through to the emperor realm. He was confident that he could break through to the emperor realm before he was 200 years old. Becoming a great emperor within 1,000 years was already incredible, let alone becoming a great emperor within 200 years old. He was already stunning enough, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Back then he had fought with Lu Ming for many moves before Lu Ming defeated him. Initially he thought that he was strong enough to defeat Lu Ming and take revenge. He didn't expect this outcome. Could it be that Lu Ming had broken through to the emperor realm? Many people couldn't help but think so. Only a great emperor could defeat Mo Tianluo so easily, right? However, the aura that Lu Ming had released earlier was obviously at the true emperor realm. This made many people suspicious. Chapter 24:16. The foreign tribe king Wuxia and the others did not know that Lu Ming was so strong. Back at the passageway in the heaven realm, Lu Ming had displayed shocking strength and killed many foreign tribe elites. But at that time, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The foreign tribe king and the others thought that Lu Ming was so strong because of the power of the saint ancestor Xiaxan. They did not know how strong Lu Ming was. Now that they saw Lu Ming's strength, they were a little surprised. This kid is very talented. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue him and make him despair. That's right. This kind of person is definitely a peerless genius in the heaven realm. This kind of person is usually arrogant, supercilious, and extremely confident. It will be difficult to subdue him and make him despair. The rest of the experts voiced their opinions too. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Their original plan was that if Lu Ming was just an ordinary genius, he would definitely be taught a lesson in the evil god realm. At that time, any of the powerful geniuses would be able to subdue Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming would easily despair and submit. But Lu Ming was a rare genius. It would not be easy to make him despair. If there's no other way, we'll take him to the sacred mountain. The foreign tribe king said. Yes, your majesty is wise. The sacred mountain has gathered countless elites. Some of the top people on the longevity list are also on the sacred mountain. I believe that in the face of countless elites, he will definitely be in despair and submit. That's right. Wuxia and the others smiled. At the mention of the sacred mountain, their eyes flashed with respect. Time flew by. After 2 hours, a few rays of light broke through the sky in the distance. In the next moment, a few more figures appeared in the sky. One of them was Mo Tianluo. There were 2 other people, one of whom was also an outsider royal. However, this outsider royal had a head full of purple hair, and seemed to be in high spirits. Judging from his appearance, he was also very young. As for the other person, he was a shadow-like being of a foreign race. He did not seem to have a physical body. He stood there, but his body swayed like a stream of water. It's Storm and Mo Ping. I didn't expect Storm and Mo Ping to be in Imperial City. Mo Ping is ranked 98 on the longevity list. Storm is ranked 76. Haha, let's see how that human kid can be arrogant now. There was a burst of excited discussion around them. Obviously they were very confident in Storm and Mo Ping. From the discussion around them, Lu Ming knew that the foreign tribe king was called Mo Ping. As for the shadow-like foreign race member, he was called Storm, and he was one of the top experts on the Evil God World's 10,000 years list. So this is the brat who wants to challenge everyone on the longevity roll? He's really arrogant. Mo Ping said coldly as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Then I'll cripple him and make him lie on the ground like a dog. Storm sneered. His voice was ear-piercing and his shadow-like body swayed. Do you want to go first or should I? Mo Ping asked Storm. You first. In my opinion you're enough. Storm's voice sounded again. Alright, I'll meet this kid. Mo Ping stepped out, his body emitting a violent aura. 3-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Mo Ping had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he was a 3-star Great Emperor. And he was only ranked 98 on the longevity list. Could it be that the 100 people on the longevity list are all 3-star Great Emperors? At this moment Lu Ming's heart was heavy. It was absolutely shocking that there were 100 people who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years and had reached the 3-star Great Emperor level. It would not be a problem for them to become heavenly emperors in the future. They could even become peerless experts. The foreign tribes were indeed shockingly powerful. It was no wonder that the celestial field had been defeated in the ancient war. In the end they could only guard the grand pure sky domain. No, I can't be discouraged. No matter how many experts and geniuses there are, I'll suppress them all in the future. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a bright light and strong fighting spirit. I'm invincible. This was Lu Ming's belief and confidence in himself. No matter how many geniuses and experts there are, I'll suppress them all alone. Kill. Mo Ping shouted coldly. The third eye between his brows shone with a bright light. Then battle swords flew out from his eye. There were a total of 18 battle swords, forming a strange pattern and slashing toward Lu Ming. What a strange attack. Lu Ming's heart moved. Mo Ping had used the light of destruction in his third eye to form a sword formation. Whoosh, whoosh. The 18 battle swords formed a strange sword formation. Its power increased exponentially, bursting with boundless sword chi that shrouded Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated rapidly as the 6 feathered divine wings were displayed. Lu Ming had mastered too many laws. He had a total of 81 laws and 71 laws of the Monarch Tao. The 6 laws required by the 6 feathered divine wings were all included. Not only the 6 feathered divine wings, but the 18 laws of the indestructible ancient scripture were also included. This allowed Lu Ming to use the indestructible ancient scripture to increase its power. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He flashed continuously and dodged the sword chi attacks. None of the sword chi could pierce Lu Ming. Your movement technique is quite fast. Let's see how you dodge it. Mo Ping said coldly. The light in his third eye shone brighter and the 18 battle swords became even faster. At the same time he stepped out and rushed toward Lu Ming, throwing out a palm. Boom. A vortex appeared in his palm. The vortex emitted a shocking power. This power spun crazily and brought about a shocking tearing force. It wanted to shroud Lu Ming and tear him to pieces. This power could greatly increase a person's speed and movement technique. Combined with the sword formation formed by the 18 battle swords, it was simply unstoppable. You're defeated. Mo Ping shouted coldly. He was very confident. The reason why he could be ranked 98th on the longevity list and defeat 2 experts who were not weaker than him was because of this move. I'm too lazy to play with you. At this time, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. Then Lu Ming threw out 19 palms in a row. 18 of them were placed on the 18 battle swords, while the other one was aimed at Mo Ping's palm. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. When he slapped the battle swords, the 18 battle swords immediately exploded. When Lu Ming's palm and Mo Ping's palm collided, Mo Ping's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His eyeballs almost popped out. Crack. Chapter 24:17. As Mo Ping landed on the ground, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Defeated. Mo Ping had also been defeated. He seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Mo Ping was a top expert on the longevity list. His cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star Great Emperor. Yet he was defeated so easily. Lu Ming, this human, had he really only cultivated for less than 200 years? As for Mo Tianluo, his face turned pale. Even Mo Ping was no match for Lu Ming. How was this possible? 100 years ago he had fought with Lu Ming. At that time Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. But now Lu Ming was so much stronger than him. He felt a huge blow and his state of mind was unstable. Interesting. At this moment Storm's ear-piercing voice was heard again. His 3 eyes flickered as he sized up Lu Ming. Your physical strength is very strong. It seems like you mainly cultivate your physical body? Storm said coldly. His body seemed to be weightless as he floated out. Why don't you try and find out? Lu Ming curled his lips. Of course I'll try, Storm said. Suddenly he moved. His body trembled and disappeared. Then he suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming. A slender long sword appeared in his hand and he stabbed at Lu Ming's back. However, Lu Ming seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he struck back with his palm. However, Storm's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, 8 figures suddenly appeared around Lu Ming. The 8 figures were like a storm. They dashed toward Lu Ming and continued to attack him. All 8 of them are real bodies. Interesting. Lu Ming was surprised. What Storm used was not doppelgangers or illusions to confuse others. All 8 of them were real bodies. All 8 of them had the same cultivation level and were extremely powerful. In an instant, Lu Ming struck out 8 palms at the 8 figures. Boom, boom. 8 explosions rang out as the 8 figures of the storm were repelled by Lu Ming. He's also a 3-star great emperor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The other party's cultivation was also a 3-star martial emperor. However, he had already reached the peak of the 3-star martial emperor realm. Furthermore, his attack technique was extremely strange and unpredictable. His strength was indeed stronger than Mo Ping's. Again? The storm 8 shadows retreated, and their bodies swayed again. This time each of their bodies was directly split into 2 halves. The 8 silhouettes turned into 16 and attacked Lu Ming. The 16 silhouettes were all real, and their strength was exactly the same. Their strength did not weaken because they were split apart. It's useless no matter how many you split, Lu Ming said coldly. He changed his palm into a fist and punched out continuously. Boom, boom. The terrifying fist force crushed the void. Wherever the fist force passed, everything was destroyed. Storm let out a sharp cry and retreated frantically. However, it was too late. He was crushed by Lu Ming's fist force and the 18 figures exploded one after another. Everyone was greatly shocked. Could it be that Storm was killed by Lu Ming? A top expert on the longevity list had fallen just like that? However, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly at this moment. This was because he realized that his own shadow had suddenly moved. He did not move, but his shadow moved. It was like a sharp sword piercing towards Lu Ming. It happened so quickly that Lu Ming could not react in time. The sword accurately pierced Lu Ming's body, but it did not pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's defensive power was shocking. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the immortal golden body. That terrifying defensive power was not something that a 3-star great emperor could break through. Lu Ming's shadow rapidly distorted as if it was filled with shock. Get lost. At this moment, Lu Ming roared like a thunderclap, stomping on his own shadow. Lu Ming activated many kinds of laws with this kick. Although Storm's body was strange, it was still restrained by some of Lu Ming's laws. Boom. The power of this stomp was extremely shocking. The ground shook and cracks appeared on the incomparably hard floor. With a scream, Lu Ming's shadow returned to normal, while Storm's figure appeared in the distance. There were cracks on his body and his body almost exploded. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had already shown mercy. Otherwise, Storm would have been dead. No matter how many tricks a 3-star great emperor had, Lu Ming could easily kill him if he went all out. You can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said coldly. Damn it, how is this possible? At the side, many of the foreign races roared, finding it hard to accept. An expert on the longevity list had defeated 2 people in a row, and one of them was ranked 76th. There was actually such a powerful genius in the human race, and he had cultivated for less than 200 years. Fortunately, he was captured. This was the Fiend God realm. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything. Many of the foreign races comforted themselves. I didn't expect this person to be so strong. High in the sky, the foreign race king Wuxia and the others were also very surprised. Lu Ming's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. It's fortunate that such a person was chosen by Saint Ancestor Shaxin. Otherwise, if he grows up, he'll be a huge threat to our race, Wuxia said. That's right. The others nodded. Let him go to the sacred mountain, the foreign race king said. Things were a little out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to let the foreign races attack Lu Ming, let Lu Ming feel the strength of the foreign race's experts, and let Lu Ming feel despair and submit. However, he didn't expect that the foreign races would be the ones being attacked. Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and defeated many foreign race experts, causing many of them to suffer a heavy blow. This had allowed Lu Ming to accumulate more confidence, which was something they didn't want to see. Wuxia nodded, and then his voice was transmitted out. His voice rang in the ears of Mo Tianluo, Mo Ping, and Storm. Let him go to the sacred mountain. Mo Tianluo and the others' eyes lit up. That's right, let Lu Ming go to the sacred mountain. There were countless experts there, and there were plenty of people to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. Our race has 10 royal families and 10 royal cities. This is just one of the 10 royal cities. Moreover, most of our experts are cultivating in seclusion in the sacred mountain. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. Mo Tianluo shouted. That's right. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. I'll show you the strength of our race. At that time, you'll understand what it means to be an expert. Mo Ping also shouted. That's right, that's right. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. At the side, the other foreign races also shouted. Sacred mountain? Lead the way. Lu Ming said directly. It seemed like the sacred mountain held a high position in the hearts of the foreign races, and a large number of experts were gathered there. It was an important place for the foreign races. Lu Ming wanted to take a look and see how many experts there were in the foreign races. If he could escape in the future, he would be more confident. Chapter 24:18. Lu Ming, follow me to Saint Mountain. Mo Tianluo spoke before turning around and flying in a certain direction. Lu Ming did not say a word as he followed. As for Jia Yi, he did not utter a word as he followed Lu Ming not far away. As long as Lu Ming's life was not in danger, he would not make a move. Let's go, I want to take a look too. Great, I want to go too. The surrounding foreign tribes were all very curious. They wanted to see what kind of storm Lu Ming would stir up after arriving at the sacred mountain. One had to know that the top experts on the longevity list were all in Saint Mountain. If Lu Ming went to Saint Mountain, he would definitely clash with those existences. They did not believe that Lu Ming could keep winning. Immediately, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming as they flew forward. Soon, they flew out of Monarch City and headed west. Saint Mountain was west of Monarch City and also the center of the entire evil god realm. Mo Tianluo was leading the way at the front. His speed was neither fast nor slow. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry either. In the end, he simply took out a puppet. He sat on the puppet and got the puppet to hurry on their way. He was fully focused on comprehending various laws and strived to achieve perfection in all laws as soon as possible so that he could step into the Arch realm. Mo Ping and Storm turned into two streams of light and flew towards the west, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was very likely that they had rushed to Saint Mountain in advance to make preparations. Just like that, after flying for a month, they arrived at a plain. Mo Tianluo's speed became even slower as Lu Ming realized that all the foreign races had a solemn look on their faces. There was also reverence, or a kind of reverence. After flying for a while, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It was a huge mountain that truly embodied the meaning of the word huge. It was an incomparably majestic and huge mountain. This mountain did not have any vegetation, but even from far away, one could feel the majesty of this mountain. The mountain was so tall that it reached the depths of the sky. Its peak could not be seen. As they got closer, they realized that the area it occupied was even larger. Lu Ming had never seen such a huge mountain before. That is, as they approached, Lu Ming discovered that the number of outsiders at the foot of the mountain was astonishing. Countless outsiders could be seen sitting cross-legged on the Sage Mountain, apparently in the midst of cultivation. There was a wide mountain path from the foot of the sacred mountain all the way to the top. There were also numerous outsiders who were slowly making their way up the mountain path. After reaching a certain height, they would sit down cross-legged on some rocks, or find a random spot to sit down cross-legged and meditate. The entire Sage Mountain was filled with outsiders, and their numbers were shocking to say the least. With a casual glance, Lu Ming discovered over 1 million outsiders. And this was only a corner of the holy mountain. It was impossible to say how many outsiders there were on the sacred mountain. Most shockingly, these outsiders were all experts. The weakest ones were all in the Saint realm. Above that was the Martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming saw at least 100,000 martial emperors and 10,000 true emperors. It was just a small corner, yet there were already so many experts. How many experts were there in the entire holy mountain? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Lu Ming's face changed and became extremely solemn. Seeing Lu Ming's face change, Mo Tianluo revealed a carefree expression and flew over. Lu Ming, let me tell you, the sacred mountain is where our sacred ancestor resides. At the highest point of the mountain, our sacred ancestor resides. Your sacred ancestor resides in the sacred mountain? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Of course, Our sacred ancestor resides at the peak of the sacred mountain. Hence, the entire sacred mountain is the best place for our tribe to cultivate. When we cultivate on the sacred mountain, we will be influenced by the sacred ancestor's aura. Over time, not only will our cultivation increase, but our bloodline will also be purified, bringing us closer to the sacred ancestor and making our bloodline purer. Amo Tianluo said proudly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. No wonder there were so many experts gathered on the sacred mountain. The sacred ancestor of the outsiders was definitely an unimaginable existence. He might even surpass the heavenly emperor. If so, what was the relationship between sacred ancestor Sha Xin and the sacred ancestor of the outsiders? Lu Ming's heart was filled with more doubts. Let me tell you, there are many caves dug out on the sacred mountain. Many of our tribe members have turned into ascetic cultivators. For countless years they have been cultivating in those caves. I don't know how many of them there are. Also, the higher you go, the higher your cultivation. Near the peak of the mountain, there are many heavenly emperors cultivating diligently. The number is beyond your imagination. Now you know the strength of our tribe. Only a small portion of our tribe is attacking the Taiching Sky Domain. If the entire army were to attack, the Taiching Sky Domain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Amo Tianluo said proudly. Lu Ming was indeed shocked. The number of experts of the outsiders on the sacred mountain was indeed terrifying to the extreme. It was beyond his expectations. Standing from afar, he could feel the terrifying aura of the entire sacred mountain. Although these auras were very obscure, Lu Ming had cultivated 81 types of laws. It was as if he was about to merge with heaven and earth. His perception was also astonishingly strong. He could clearly feel the aura. Those auras were filled with astonishing pressure. They were all heavenly emperors. The number of them made Lu Ming feel apprehensive. The entire sacred mountain was like a terrifying weapon of the martial emperor. It gave people a terrifying pressure. It was as if they would be crushed to dust at any time. Amo Tianluo was right. The strength of the outsiders outside the two-world city could not be compared to the sacred mountain. If the experts of the outsiders on the sacred mountain were to attack together, the Taiching Sky Domain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Impossible, impossible. If that was the case, the outsiders would have already breached the two-world city and the Taiching Sky Domain. They would not have waited until now. Maybe my heaven domain also has hidden forces. It's just that I have not seen it yet. Also, maybe there are other reasons. If it could be destroyed, the heaven domain would have been destroyed by the outsiders long ago. Lu Ming's mind raced and he thought of many things in an instant. He told himself to be more at ease. His mood finally improved. Amo Tianluo smiled coldly and walked towards the sacred mountain. When they approached the sacred mountain, a few streams of light flew out from the sacred mountain. Two of them were Feng Feng and Mo Ping. Other than them, there were three other young men. Of course, they looked young. They were definitely not young. It's the three people on the longevity list. They are ranked 65, 59, and 43 respectively. Someone at the side said, recognizing the three of them. Most of the top experts on the longevity list are indeed at the sacred mountain. Three of them came at once. Now it's enough to take care of Lu Ming and let him know the power of our race. That's right. Seeing the three young men, many of the outsiders were excited. They had followed for so long because they wanted to see Lu Ming get beaten up. He's the human who defeated you? One of the young men stepped out and looked coldly at Lu Ming. His eyes were extremely sharp. Looks like he's not that great. I can easily defeat him. Chapter 24:19. The three of them were ranked 65th, 59th, and 43rd on the longevity roll respectively. They were very powerful, far above Storm and Mo Ping. They were definitely at least a 3-star Great Emperor or even a 4-star Great Emperor. Of course, they had been cultivating for a long time, at least longer than Lu Ming. They had been cultivating for at least a few thousand years. The three of them were very confident. They stepped out and surrounded Lu Ming, oppressing him. The surrounding people retreated, giving them enough distance to fight. All of you, come at me together. Lu Ming glanced at the three of them and said indifferently, "What?" Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming wanted to fight the three of them alone? How arrogant. What an arrogant human. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant human. One of the three young men licked his lips, his eyes cold. He wants to challenge the three of us at the same time. Who does he think he is? What do you mean? Of course we'll agree to it. I'll beat him up until he can't take care of himself. The three experts on the longevity roll sneered, their eyes becoming more and more ferocious. Since Lu Ming was looking for a beating, they would naturally fulfill his wish. The three young men moved and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. Almost at the same time they struck. 3 different types of attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. The power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming judged their strength as soon as the 3 of them attacked. 2 of them were 4-star Great Emperors and 1 was a 3-star Great Emperor. Under normal circumstances, such a lineup would have no problem dealing with someone who had cultivated for less than 200 years. However, they had encountered Lu Ming. That was a problem. Lu Ming's muscles suddenly vibrated and his body rushed out like a cannonball, charging at one of them. Whoosh! Lu Ming grabbed out with his big hand and the other party's attack was destroyed by Lu Ming. Then, his hand did not stop and grabbed at the other party's throat. Fast. Too fast. Lu Ming's palm was unbelievably fast. Before the other party could react, Lu Ming had already grabbed him by the neck. Then he swung it with all his might and it smashed into the ground like a meteor. Boom. The ground trembled and the other party cried out miserably. It was unknown just how many of his bones were broken, and he was truly unable to take care of himself. However, the ground in this place was extremely sturdy. Even after smashing into the ground, it only managed to create a shallow crater. At this time, the other 2's attacks were about to land on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's figure flashed, directly dodging the 2's attacks and then attacked one of them. The man was slightly surprised but he did not panic. The one that Lu Ming had easily defeated was the weakest among the 3 of them. He was only a 3-star Great Emperor while Lu Ming was a 4-star Great Emperor. A 4-star Great Emperor was already a high-level Great Emperor. Their battle prowess was far beyond that of a 3-star Great Emperor. Meteor Fist. He roared angrily. His fist was like a meteor as it blasted towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Boom. At the same time, Lu Ming also threw out a punch and the 2 fists collided heavily. Crack. When the 2 fists collided, the alien youth's arm was directly bent, and the bones inside were broken. The scales on his skin flew everywhere, and his body shook violently as he frantically retreated. His eyes were filled with deep fear. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was too strong. It was as if he could topple mountains and trample seas. It was simply impossible to resist. Not good. Then he was shocked and quickly retreated because Lu Ming had attacked again. However, how could his speed be compared to Lu Ming's? When he retreated, Lu Ming had already arrived. Crushing, it was a complete crushing. Although the alien youth tried his best to resist, he only managed to block 2 moves before he followed in the footsteps of the previous person. His throat was clasped by Lu Ming, and he was thrown to the ground, unable to move. Although it took a long time to describe, all of this happened in an instant. In an instant, 2 experts on the longevity list were crushed by Lu Ming. The remaining one was almost scared to death. It was fine if it was the 3-star Great Emperor, but now, even a 4-star Great Emperor was crushed. He panicked. He decisively retreated like a stream of light. You want to leave? Lu Ming sneered. His muscles trembled and space exploded. Lu Ming rushed towards the other party, instantly closing in on him. The other party tried his best to resist, but the result was already decided. After 2 moves, he crashed to the ground like a meteor, unable to move. The surrounding aliens' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at the 3 experts on the longevity list lying on the ground in a row, they felt that it was unreal, as if they were dreaming. Those were 3 experts on the longevity list, and their rankings weren't low, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. In just a few moves, the 3 of them were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Terrifying. They finally knew how terrifying Lu Ming's strength was. He hadn't used his full strength before. Perhaps he hadn't used his full strength now. Just how strong was Lu Ming? Mo Tianluo, Mo Ping, Storm and the others turned pale. Lu Ming's strength was really beyond their imagination. The commotion here also alarmed some of the experts on the sacred mountain. Quite a number of people flew over. There were more and more people here. When the people behind found out about the situation, they were also shocked. With such strength, don't tell me your so-called longevity list doesn't have stronger experts. Lu Ming said, his voice filled with faint contempt. All the aliens' faces were ugly. The vast fiend god realm had countless experts. But now they were being mocked by a human youth at the edge of the sacred mountain for having no experts. This was too shameful and humiliating. This kid is courting death. Let me slap him to death. An extremely powerful expert from the sacred mountain said with a ferocious look on his face. But Jia Yi emitted a terrifying aura that scared that person away. The kings have ordered that this person can't die. The rest doesn't matter. Jia Yi's voice sounded, causing many to stop. They naturally understood what the kings meant. The kings were referring to the kings of the 10 noble races. What was Lu Ming's background? He actually made the kings give the order that he couldn't die. This made all the aliens even more curious. No one else wants to fight? How disappointing. Lu Ming continued, causing many aliens to feel stifled. They really felt that Lu Ming was asking for a beating. Many powerful existences really wanted to go out and beat Lu Ming up. This guy is very strong. In my opinion, unless the top 20 on the longevity list makes a move, I'm afraid those below that rank won't be his match. Good. Let's spread the news at the Sacred Mountain. Those in the top 20 will definitely rush over when they hear it. That's right. Many people discussed and then flew towards the Sacred Mountain. Lu Ming, if you have the guts, wait here. There will naturally be experts coming to fight you. Emotion Luo stared at Lu Ming and said, As you wish. Chapter 24:20. Regarding Lu Ming's matter, it spread rapidly on the Holy Mountain. A human youth actually has the orders of various kings, can't die, interesting. Furthermore, his combat power is shockingly strong, go take a look. On the Holy Mountain, such discussions were everywhere. Then, one figure after another flew out of the Holy Mountain, arriving near Lu Ming they all. There were even heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses descending. Labu, it's Labu. Suddenly someone cried out. Everyone saw a youth come over from the Holy Mountain, standing in the air. This person was a foreign race royal. He had a head of purple hair, but his appearance was ordinary. His figure was thin, his expression cold, eyes pale gold. When they opened and closed, cold light circulated. After he arrived, his gaze swept over Lu Ming, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Labu is ranked 19th on the longevity list. Cultivating until now, he's only cultivated for over 3,700 years. He's definitely a rare heaven's pride. That's right, with Labu making a move, that kid will lose for sure. You all look, Kueju also came. Everyone was discussing when suddenly, an even stronger cry of surprise erupted. A youth appeared high in the sky. This youth was also a foreign race royal. But different from Labu, he was very handsome, his skin like jade, even more beautiful than women. Seeing this youth, graveness and fear flashed across Labu's pale gold eyes. Kueju was ranked 9th on the longevity list, a full 10 places higher than Labu. His strength was a great deal stronger. The Kueju in the top 10 of the longevity list is all here. This time, see how that human brat is arrogant. That's right, this time, the one being beaten into a dead dog will be him. Really looking forward to it. Everyone was incomparably anticipating, looking forward to the following battle. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was indifferent to all of this. He had a carefree look on his face as he closed his eyes and rested. Following that, more and more experts came here. Dozens of experts from the longevity ranking had come. 7 or 8 of the top 20 had come, and even a few of the top 10 had come. Lu Ming, you're still pretending to be calm there. Now that the experts have already arrived, do you dare to fight or not? Emotion Luo cried out. Among the people present, no one was more eager to see Lu Ming get beaten up than he was. He couldn't wait to see Lu Ming get beaten up. Is everyone here? I'm afraid that it'll be another bunch of weaklings who can't even withstand a single blow. Why don't we wait a little longer? Lu Ming opened his eyes and said casually. The experts on the 10,000 years ranking almost coughed up blood. Their bodies were filled with fighting spirit, and their eyes were burning with anger. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've defeated a few people. Let me take you on. With a furious roar, a burly alien charged towards Lu Ming. Everyone immediately recognized that this person was an expert ranked 32nd on the 10,000 years list. His battle prowess was extremely profound. Boom. Lu Ming also rushed out and threw out a punch. Lu Ming's fist contained a shocking amount of power, directly destroying his opponent's attack and causing him to cough up blood as he was sent flying. I've already said, you can't even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming said disdainfully. He didn't want to dilly-dally, so he directly displayed his powerful strength so that the weaker ones wouldn't dare to go up. The experts on the 10,000 years ranking focused their eyes. Lu Ming did have some ability. I'll take you on. A voice sounded. Then a skinny figure stepped out. Everyone recognized that it was Labu, ranked 19 on the 10,000 years ranking. Finally, the top 20 experts on the 10,000 years ranking were about to make a move. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Make your move. Lu Ming said indifferently. Swish. Before Lu Ming's voice fell, Labu moved. His speed was astonishing as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. His speed became faster and faster. When he approached Lu Ming, his speed was extremely fast. Whoosh. His palm was like a blade as he slashed towards Lu Ming with shocking power. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. When his palm was about to reach Lu Ming, his palm suddenly changed. His palm was like mercury. It suddenly elongated and wriggled, turning into a battle saber. It slashed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. What kind of move is this? Lu Ming's eyes moved and his muscles trembled. His figure quickly retreated, avoiding the opponent's blade. However, when Lu Ming retreated, the opponent's palm actually changed again, wriggling rapidly and turning into a soft whip with barbs on it. It lashed towards Lu Ming. You can do this? Lu Ming was extremely surprised and struck out with his palm. Dong. When his palm struck the soft whip, it was as if he had struck a huge mountain, causing a violent tremor. A 5-star great sovereign. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The opponent's cultivation was equivalent to a 5-star great sovereign. However, the opponent was definitely a genius among geniuses for being able to cultivate to this level in a few thousand years. His combat strength was extremely shocking, and definitely could not be measured by an ordinary 5-star great sovereign. Lu Ming's physical strength alone was still not a match for the opponent. After the collision, Lu Ming kept retreating. Lu Ming is no match for him. Haha, I knew that Labu would win for sure. Come on, teach that kid a lesson. How dare a human be so arrogant in our world? The surrounding foreign tribes were extremely excited. Emo Tianluo, Storm and the rest were also excited. After pushing Lu Ming back with one blow, Labu's other hand slashed towards Lu Ming. His other hand had also turned into a weapon, a battle sword, and slashed towards Lu Ming. It seems like I need to use the power of laws. Lu Ming muttered. Then, rays of light appeared on his body one after another. There were more than 10 rays of light that covered Lu Ming's body. It was like a colorful armor on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming used the mutated version of the chaotic divine palm as both of his palms struck towards Labu. Bam! 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 The two of them clashed continuously, causing loud explosions. Labu's attacking style was extremely strange. His hands were like mercury and he could transform into various weapons at will. The key was that his attacks were extremely powerful, and it was impossible to guard against them. However, Lu Ming had unleashed his power of the autonomous realm and more than 10 types of power of laws. His combat strength had increased tremendously, and he was slightly suppressing his opponent. The reason why Lu Ming did not unleash his full strength to defeat his opponent was that Lu Ming felt that these foreign tribes' techniques were extremely strange and mysterious, and he wanted to see more of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows, and Lu Ming had gained the upper hand. Around them, the other foreign tribes did not speak, and their faces were filled with depression. Labu was actually at a disadvantage. Those who thought that Labu would win earlier felt that they had lost face. At this moment, Labu's heart was filled with anxiety. Suddenly his attacks changed. He actually dashed toward Lu Ming head-on, adopting a desperate fighting style. However, what shocked Lu Ming was that when Lu Ming charged out, his head, like his hands, changed rapidly and spikes grew out. Chapter 24-21. Dong. Lu Ming's palm struck Labu's head. It was as if he had struck a giant hammer. A powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. Following that, Labu's waist seemed to have no bones as he bent into a terrifying arc. His legs were like two blades as they slashed towards Lu Ming. The angle was extremely strange and tricky. If an ordinary person was not careful, they would probably not be able to avoid it. Lu Ming displayed the 6-feathered divine wings. Coupled with the vibration of his muscles, his speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he dodged the other party's attack. Your entire body can be transformed into a weapon. Interesting. However, this battle should end soon. Lu Ming muttered. The light on his body increased by a few more types. Reincarnation slash. Lu Ming shouted. His palms seemed to be moving water as they danced in the air. In the void, an incomparably huge vortex appeared. This was a divine ability that Lu Ming had created himself. Over the years, Lu Ming had mastered 10 types of supreme laws and 71 types of monarch laws. With so many laws intertwined, countless divine abilities could be produced. Over the years, Lu Ming had also made many attempts and developed some strange divine abilities. However, these divine abilities had different characteristics and the number of laws they contained was also different. Some contained more than 10 types, some more than 20 types, some more than 30 types. The more laws they contained, the stronger the power. However, he had not developed a divine ability that contained 81 types of laws. This was too difficult and required a long time to study. This reincarnation slash was a divine ability that contained more than 10 types of laws. Among them, one was based on the reincarnation law. The other 2 types of supreme laws and 12 types of monarch laws were included. A huge vortex that contained a terrifying cutting force rotated crazily and enveloped Labu. Labu resisted with all his might. His body transformed into various weapons and attacked horizontally. However, at this moment Lu Ming rushed over and attacked consecutively. Labu finally could not resist and was struck by Lu Ming's consecutive palms. His body shook violently and his body was sent flying thousands of miles. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. Labu was defeated. Many people looked at each other. This human lad was way too strong, wasn't he? Most importantly, they had heard that Lu Ming had only cultivated for less than 200 years. How could he be so strong in less than 200 years? In the depths of the sky there were also some people watching. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Because in here, any one of them could make the evil god realm tremble with just a stomp of their feet. The reason for that was because these people were the kings that other people spoke of. The evil god race was the king of the 10 great royal races. However, not all of them came, only 5 of them. Each of these 5 was a pinnacle powerhouse of this world, incomparably terrifying. When Lu Ming arrived at the Sage Mountain, these terrifying experts were very curious and came to watch. After all, Lu Ming had the bloodline of sacred ancestor Shaoxin. This brat is actually this strong. It's really unexpected. This kind of genius has ambitions higher than the heavens. It's difficult to make him feel despair. Indeed, this kind of people all have great luck. They are very confident. No matter what kind of situation they face, they firmly believe that they can escape. The outsider kings discussed among themselves. They knew very well what kind of person Lu Ming was because they themselves were such people. Otherwise, how could they stand at the peak of the world? There's no other way. At this point, we can only continue down. There will definitely be someone on the longevity ranking who can suppress him. An old man said. That's right. The outsider kings nodded in agreement. They seemed to be very confident in one of the people on the 10,000 years ranking. Below. You have some ability, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. Next. Lu Ming glanced at Labu and said indifferently. The youths present looked at each other. They were all experts ranked between 10th and 20th on the longevity ranking, but if they were to fight, they weren't certain that they could win. Although they were stronger than Labu, they weren't much stronger. They were afraid that if Lu Ming had held back just now, they would most likely lose if they went up. Therefore they were somewhat hesitant. Let me. Kuei-ju said. His figure flickered and he appeared in front of Lu Ming. This made many people's eyes light up. Kuei-ju was an expert ranked 9th on the longevity ranking. Those in the top 10 of the longevity ranking were all freaks and shockingly powerful. With Kuei-ju taking action, they were relieved. You're Lu Ming? Kuei-ju looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. I've never heard of an expert like you in the human race. Kuei-ju smiled, looking incomparably handsome. If he were in the human race, countless girls would fall for him. Lu Ming smiled casually and didn't say anything. I don't want to fight fiercely with you. That's what ordinary people do. How about we decide the victor in 3 moves? Kuei-ju said. 3 moves to determine the victor? Lu Ming said. That's right. If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, it'll be my loss. However, there's a rule. You can't dodge. You can only meet force with force. How about it? Kuei-ju said, a wisp of cunning flashing in his eyes. Okay. Lu Ming had a bright smile on his face. This kid actually agreed. Haha, this time he's going to lose even more. He actually agreed to meet force with force with force. He's going to lose for sure. The other foreign races laughed wildly in their hearts, revealing a relaxed expression, thinking that Lu Ming was going to lose. Lu Ming didn't know how powerful Kuei-ju was. Lu Ming naturally saw the reactions of the people around him. However, would Lu Ming be afraid? Want to defeat him in 3 moves? Lu Ming was confident that no one below the Heavenly Emperor could do it. Make your move. Lu Ming's voice sounded and the scene fell silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, waiting for the moment when Lu Ming was defeated. Boom. Kuei-ju's body emitted a powerful aura. 6-star Great Emperor. Kuei-ju's cultivation had already reached 6-star Great Emperor. At this moment, his body emitted a purple light that was incomparably dazzling. Then pieces of purple scales appeared on his skin. The foreign race's royal race was very similar to the human race. They didn't have any scales on their bodies. However, at this moment, purple scales appeared on Kuei-ju's body once again. Countless scales covered Kuei-ju's body. It's coming. Kuei-ju is going to use this move. Lu Ming is going to lose for sure. Emo Qinlua's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Ming didn't know, but they knew very well. Kuei-ju's strongest point was his explosive power. Kuei-ju had an ultimate move. When used, it consumed a lot of energy, but its power was boundless. The instant explosive power was used, even experts ranked higher than him on the longevity list wouldn't dare to meet it head-on. They could only dodge. However, Kuei-ju could only use this ultimate move a few times. Hence, he had set a 3-move agreement with Lu Ming. Chapter 24-22. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, Kuei-ju finally attacked. He shouted, and at least 3/10 of the purple scales on his body flew out and flew toward Lu Ming. These scales were like small flying daggers. They were incomparably sharp, and their might was extremely shocking. They sliced the space into chaos. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles trembled, and the power of his physical body was pushed to the extreme by him. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the indestructible golden body. Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the 18 kinds of laws contained in the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming even tried to make changes to the indestructible ancient sutra. He added several laws to it so that the indestructible ancient sutra's prowess would become stronger. Its recovery ability and defense ability would also become more shocking. Lu Ming didn't fight back at all, letting the scales cut his body. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions. When those scales cut Lu Ming's body, there were constant clanging sounds. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, none of the scales could break Lu Ming's defense. The scales flew past, but Lu Ming was completely fine. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Many people knew how terrifying Kuei-ju's move was. Those scales were 100 times, 1,000 times sharper than real flying knives. Once they were unleashed, they would be invincible. Even some people on the longevity list who were ranked higher than Kuei-ju didn't dare to take them head-on. They could only think of ways to avoid them. However, Lu Ming didn't fight back at all. He just stood there and let Kuei-ju attack, but he couldn't break Lu Ming's defense. How was this possible? What was going on? Many people were stunned. Kuei-ju was stunned. After a long while, everyone reacted. I don't believe it. Watch me break your defense. All of you, Kuei-ju roared and pushed his hands. The purple light on his body was incomparably bright, and all the scales burst out. Countless scales, all like flying knives, were densely packed, and there were thousands of them. Lu Ming still didn't move, letting the thousands of scales cut his body. Clang, clang. The ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out. After the concentrated sounds had died down, Lu Ming was still standing there, completely unharmed. There was not a single scar on his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of defensive power was too terrifying. There's no power at all. Are you playing house? Lu Ming's disdainful voice sounded, and Kuei-ju's face turned red. The attack that he was so proud of was called child's play by Lu Ming. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The third move. Kuei-ju roared furiously as he waved his hands. Several thousand scales gathered together and connected with each other. Finally, they formed a huge flying dagger. The power of this flying knife was several times stronger than the scattered scales. The attack power was completely concentrated. Whoosh! The throwing knife flew towards Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The power of this flying knife was enough to threaten him. Lu Ming's body constantly shone with light. In the end, Lu Ming used more than 40 types of laws. More than 40 types of laws condensed in Lu Ming's hand, forming a long spear. Whoosh! Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. The two sharp lights met in the air, erupting with a dazzling light. Rings of light were more dazzling than the sun. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he retreated a few steps. On the other hand, the flying daggers condensed by Kuei-ju simply collapsed, turning into pieces of purple scales that flew in all directions. They then flew back into Kuei-ju's body and disappeared. Kuei-ju kept retreating, his blood and chi surging, and his face was pale. 3 moves. Lu Ming said indifferently, and Kuei-ju's face turned pale again. According to the agreement, if he did not defeat Lu Ming in 3 moves, it would be considered his loss. I lost. Kuei-ju sighed and retreated. In fact, even if he did not admit defeat, he was not Lu Ming's match. He had used his strongest move, but still could not do anything to Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, the result would be the same. Even Kuei-ju lost. Many of the foreign races had ugly expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable, as if there was no limit to it. Starting from Mo Tianluo, he had swept through all the battles. No matter how strong they were, they would only be defeated. What should we do? Many people turned to look at the foreign race youths. These people were ranked above Kuei-ju on the longevity list. However, at this moment they all looked at each other with solemn expressions. For a moment no one made a move. Although Kuei-ju's ranking was lower than theirs, his explosive power was not inferior to theirs. In fact, he was even stronger than them. Their overall combat strength was above Kuei-ju's, but if they were to take 3 moves from Kuei-ju like Lu Ming, they would be the ones to lose. Under such circumstances, even Kuei-ju had been defeated. Could they defeat Lu Ming? They had no confidence at all. The other foreign races were also silent. Could it be that no one could suppress Lu Ming? Could it be that the celestial emperors had to take action? However, a celestial emperor had cultivated for who knew how many years. If he took action against a junior like Lu Ming, it would be too embarrassing. Even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. I didn't expect a human who has cultivated for less than 200 years to have such combat strength. I'm itching to test my skills. At this moment, a chuckle was heard. Following that, a young figure appeared in the air. Seeing this person, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Because this foreign race was somewhat different from the ones Lu Ming had seen before. This outsider looked very similar to a human. However, he was different from the royals of the outsider races. He had a head of fiery red hair and a third eye between his brows. It was scarlet like a small sun. Especially on his back, there was a pair of fiery red wings. There were even flames burning fiercely. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen such a foreign race. It's Prince Kong Duo. Someone cried out in surprise. Prince? It seems that Kong Duo is also a foreign race royalty. It seems that there's more than one kind of appearance. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Prince Kong Duo is actually here. Prince Kong Duo is ranked 2nd on the longevity list. He's going to attack. It's been many years since I've seen Prince Kong Duo attack. At least a few hundred years. This time I'm in for a treat. Many of the foreign races discussed in surprise. Kong Duo had a gentle smile on his face. He nodded at the crowd, then flapped his wings and flew toward Lu Ming. To have your strength after cultivating for less than 200 years, to be honest, I've never seen anyone like you. Even that guy spent more time than you to reach your combat strength. Kong Duo smiled. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Who was the guy Kong Duo was talking about? Kong Duo, go all out. You must defeat him. At this moment, a voice sounded in Kong Duo's ears. Father. Chapter 24-23. Kong Duo was shocked. He did not expect his father to be near the sacred mountain and pay attention to this matter. His father had even given him an order to defeat Lu Ming. Who was his father? He was the king of one of the 10 great royal families. Why would he pay attention to Lu Ming? What is this kid's background? Kong Duo's heart was filled with doubt, but his eyes flashed with determination. He must defeat Lu Ming. Nodding silently, Kong Duo looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, make your move. Kong Duo's 3 eyes emitted a fiery red light. At the same time, blazing flames spread out from his body. With a flap of his wings, swoosh. Kong Duo charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of fiery red lightning. In the process, a battle sword appeared in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent like fire jade. He slashed at Lu Ming. Peak Great Emperor. As soon as Kong Duo attacked, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Kong Duo was a Peak Great Emperor. Moreover, Kong Duo was not an ordinary Peak Great Emperor. He was a genius and his combat strength was stronger than ordinary Peak Great Emperors. Compared to the human race, he was equivalent to a Peak Great Emperor who had mastered the strongest Great Tao. Such a person's strength was unquestionable. He was almost invincible below the Heavenly Emperor. Open. Lu Ming muttered as he unleashed all the strength in his body. Rays of light flashed on his body one after another. They were all types of laws. In total, 81 types of laws were unleashed. In an instant, Lu Ming unleashed all the strength in his body to the maximum. If it was before he came to the foreign race, when Lu Ming had only mastered a dozen types of laws, he would not be a match for a Peak Great Emperor with his own strength. Just like in the Void Sacred Island, when he encountered a Peak Great Emperor, he had to rely on his Heavenly Emperor physical body to fight against the enemy. However, it was different now. Even though his flesh had not improved, he had mastered 81 kinds of laws, thus his strength had improved significantly. He was confident that he could take on a peak martial monarch. The 81 laws finally transformed into a suit of primal chaos that covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the great desolate spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming swept out with his spear, causing space to explode. The great desolate spear emitted a terrifying vibration as it collided with Kong Duo's battle sword. Boom. It was as if 2 stars had collided, erupting with a terrifying rumble and blazing light. Following that, both of their bodies trembled as they retreated continuously. What terrifying power! The power of that flame even surpasses the laws in the Great Tao. It can burn everything. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The temperature of his opponent's flames was shockingly high. Even though he had a battle suit condensed from 81 types of nomological laws, it was almost burned to ashes. But he didn't know that Kong Duo was also shocked. In the entire evil god realm, below the Heavenly Emperor, there were only a handful of people who could take him on. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had not reached the peak martial monarch level, and yet he could block his attack. Both of their minds were racing, but their bodies did not stop moving. As they retreated, both of them stepped on the void and charged towards each other again. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle, killing each other crazily. The space was torn apart by the two of them, and no one dared to stay within 100,000 miles. Such a battle was too terrifying. Other than the Heavenly Emperor, if anyone else was dragged into it, they would only die. The two of them fought in the dark void at times and in the sky at other times. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves, and it was difficult to determine the victor. So terrifying. All the foreign races were shocked. Lu Ming was actually able to fight with Kong Duo to this extent. It was really too shocking. It was especially so for Mo Tianluo, who was extremely shocked. Among everyone, he felt it the most as he had fought with Lu Ming in the past. But now, if Lu Ming were to give it his all, he could crush him with a finger. Deep in the sky, the few foreign race kings were silent as they watched without blinking. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 200 moves. Awesome! Lu Ming roared as his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His muscles were trembling in excitement. It had been more than 100 years since he had fought to his heart's content. In his bones he was still fond of fighting and killing. Only in battle could he improve faster. In the battle with Kong Duo he could unleash all of his strength to the fullest. Reincarnation Slash. Death Abyss. Chaos Crush. Space-Time Cage. Karma Cycle. Destiny Heavenly Wheel. Lu Ming's body flickered as he unleashed all kinds of terrifying divine abilities. These divine abilities were created by Lu Ming over the years by combining various laws. They were extremely powerful. Every divine ability had a different effect, and when combined together, they were extremely useful. The more they fought, the stronger Lu Ming became. He was also more familiar with the use of various divine abilities and slowly gained the upper hand. Kong Duo was suppressed and was forced to retreat. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing Kong Duo's face to turn ugly. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Furnace of Incineration. Kong Duo roared as his third eye suddenly exploded with a blazing radiance. Hoo! His third eye turned into a fiery red whirlpool that spun rapidly. Inside it there was a terrifying heat. In addition, there was a terrifying suction force that was trying to suck Lu Ming in. Wong. Lu Ming's muscles trembled rapidly. At the same time, he used the 6-feathered divine wings in an attempt to escape from this suction force. This suction force was so strong that Lu Ming couldn't escape for a while. Come in. Kong Duo roared as his entire body was covered in blazing flames. He rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The closer he got to Lu Ming, the stronger the suction force in his third eye. Through that eye, Lu Ming could even see a flaming furnace inside, and flames were burning fiercely. Get in. Kong Duo roared. Let's see if you have the ability, Lu Ming said coldly. His long spear shook and exploded the void, tearing apart the suction force. Then he quickly retreated and avoided Kong Duo. However, Kong Duo's speed was also astonishing. He chased after Lu Ming, making it difficult for Lu Ming to escape. Even Kong Duo's body slowly melted, turning into rays of light that flew into his third eye. In the end, Kong Duo's body completely disappeared and flew into his third eye. Then a furnace appeared in the air. The furnace shook and rapidly expanded. In the end, it was even larger than hundreds of giant mountains. It suppressed Lu Ming and sealed the void. An even more terrifying suction force acted on Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's body to stiffen. Swish. Chapter 24:24. Kong Duo transformed into a giant furnace and swallowed Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming being swallowed into the furnace, many of the foreign races heaved a sigh of relief. That kid is done for. Incinerating Furnace, the strongest technique of Kong Duo's lineage. It's inherited from his bloodline. Once swallowed, he'll be burned to ashes. Look at how arrogant that kid is. He's dead for sure. The foreign races discussed joyfully. Not far away, Jia Yi's eyes flashed. He wanted to help, but he knew that the kings were watching from the sky. If they didn't ask him to help, he naturally wouldn't. Indeed, the kings were watching from the sky. What should we do? Should we save him? He has the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xiaoxin. He can't die. A foreign race king said. I think we should wait and see. He has the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xiaoxin. I don't think he'll die so easily. That's right. Let's wait and see. The other foreign race kings nodded. They felt that it would be best if Lu Ming begged for mercy. As soon as Lu Ming was swallowed into the furnace, he felt endless flames enveloping him, burning fiercely. The terrifying high temperature was about to burn him into ashes. Lu Ming covered his body with 81 types of laws. At the same time, he circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to resist the burning power outside. However, the flames were too terrifying. Even if many types of laws were intertwined, they would still be burned to ashes. One law after another was burned through. It wasn't that Lu Ming's laws weren't powerful, but they were slightly inferior compared to their current combat strength. One had to know that the Emperor realm corresponded to the Great Tao. Therefore, even a mysterious law like the Destiny Law couldn't display its power at this moment. It would also be burned through. Through the laws, waves of terrifying heat flowed through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's muscles were about to be burned apart. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. His clothes and hair were instantly burned to ashes. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to resist with all his might. Now, the recovery ability of the indestructible ancient scripture was even more shocking. After his flesh was burned, it immediately recovered, becoming as white as jade. Lu Ming relied on the indestructible ancient scripture to persevere. This furnace is indeed powerful, but it can't do anything to me. I can use the flames here to temper my body. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. For more than 100 years, Lu Ming had not found any good heavenly materials or earthly treasures to cultivate his physical body. He had been progressing step by step in the seven gods' mysterious arts and had reached the peak of the middle stage of the 5th level. However, he had been stuck at a bottleneck. This time he might find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming slightly weakened the power of the indestructible ancient scripture, allowing some of the flames to help temper his body. Chi. Some of the flames spread throughout Lu Ming's body. The terrifying heat seeped into Lu Ming's bones, organs, and even his cells, wanting to burn Lu Ming to ashes. Lu Ming activated the seven gods' mysterious art and began to refine his body. Just like that, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, countless alien races looked at the furnace in the sky and waited patiently. Has that kid been refined? It's been 3 hours. If an ordinary expert of the same level as Kong Duo was sucked into the furnace, they would be refined in less than half an hour. But Kong Duo didn't stop. That kid shouldn't have been refined yet. It's been so long. Will Kong Duo be able to hold on? Many of the alien races began to discuss the situation, not knowing what was going on. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Lu Ming had been sucked into the furnace for 5 hours. Why is the power of the flames getting weaker and weaker? In the furnace, Lu Ming was puzzled. It seems that it takes energy to maintain the furnace's high temperature. Kong Duo won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Ming guessed. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. After 5 hours of tempering, Lu Ming's body had made great progress. He felt that his body could break through at any time. Once he broke through, his seven gods' mystic art would reach the late stage of the 5th level. He would be able to suppress an ordinary peak great emperor with his physical strength alone. In addition to the power of the world and the 81 types of laws, Lu Ming's combat strength would skyrocket. After another half an hour, the power of the flames in the furnace became even weaker. It was no longer of much use to Lu Ming's tempering. It's time to go out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He held the great spear in his hand and rushed to the side. Boom. Lu Ming stabbed the walls of the furnace with his spear. The furnace shook violently. Boom. 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 Lu Ming attacked with all his strength. The furnace shook even more violently as if it was about to explode. Outside, all the alien races were shocked. Oh no, that kid isn't dead. He's attacking the furnace. How terrifying. He's not dead after so long. What kind of monster is that kid? The furnace can't hold on for much longer. Many of the alien races shouted in shock. Boom. 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 The furnace shook violently. From the outside, one could see that one side of the furnace was constantly bulging. In the end, cracks covered the wall. Boom. In the end, the entire furnace exploded. Waves of heat swept in all directions. A scream spread in all directions. Everyone saw Kong Duo's body fly far away. His face was pale and his aura was extremely weak. Kong Duo's third eye was already closed, but blood continued to flow out. The furnace was broken and Kong Duo was seriously injured. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and stood in the void. His aura was extremely vigorous and he was completely fine. "You've lost," Lu Ming said. "Sigh." Kong Duo sighed and did not say anything. He flew to the side and sat down cross-legged. A layer of flames spread out from his body as he began to heal his injuries. The alien races present looked at each other. Kong Duo was actually defeated. Even Kong Duo was not a match for Lu Ming. Then on the longevity list, or rather below the Heavenly Emperor realm, who could be a match for him? Could it be that today the vast evil god realm, the mighty evil god tribe, would be bullied by a human kid? No. Now it seems that below the Heavenly Emperor realm, only the first prince can suppress him. At this time someone spoke. These words shocked the hearts of all the alien races present, and then their eyes lit up one after another. That's right, only the first prince can make a move. The first prince has the densest bloodline of the sacred ancestor. His talent is the #1 in our race since ancient times. He can definitely suppress him. That's right, the first prince has only cultivated for a few hundred years. Voices rang out one after another. Those alien races seemed to be filled with strong confidence in the first prince. First prince? What a strange name. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, the other party had cultivated for a few hundred years and was actually praised by so many alien races. His talent was astonishing. Lu Ming, the first prince of our race, is on the holy mountain, but he's in seclusion. I'm afraid it will take some time. Do you dare to wait here? Someone shouted. Why not? Chapter 24-25. Alright, just you wait. Let me tell you, the first prince of our race is ranked first on the longevity list. Someone said. Then, someone flew towards the sacred mountain, apparently to invite the first prince. Lu Ming, on the other hand, flew to the side and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. The first prince's combat power is definitely above Kong Duo's. With my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him. However, my physical body is about to break through. I might as well take this opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. Lu Ming made up his mind. Then he took out a bunch of imperial herbs and began to cultivate the 7 divine mystic arts. He absorbed the medicinal power of the imperial herbs and tried to break through to the 5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts. After the tempering in the furnace, Lu Ming's body had almost broken through the bottleneck and could break through at any time. At this moment, Lu Ming was cultivating. His body seemed to be very hungry and thirsty as it absorbed the external energy crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming's physical body seemed to have turned into a black hole, devouring the energy from the outside world. No, it's better to cultivate in the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming thought. Being stared at by so many people made Lu Ming very uncomfortable. With a thought, the mountain and river diagram appeared, and Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the mountain and river diagram. A grotto heaven treasure from the heavenly realm. Many of the foreign races whispered, not caring. With the mountain and river diagram here, Lu Ming could not escape at all. Especially the great emperors, they could break through the attacks of the grotto heaven treasure and attack the people inside. Many of the foreign races were waiting there. The first prince was in seclusion. Even if someone went to invite him, no one knew how long it would take for him to come out. After Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, he no longer restrained himself and took out a large number of imperial herbs, sacred herbs, and supreme-grade origin stones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As long as Lu Ming cultivated the 7 divine mystic arts, Lu Ming's physical body would turn into a black hole and devour the energy crazily. The energy of the emperor herbs, saint herbs, and supreme-grade origin stones were all absorbed by Lu Ming's body. As soon as the energy entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into every cell in Lu Ming's body, helping Lu Ming improve the strength of his body. As the days passed, Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger. Boom. Half a month later, Lu Ming's physical strength had been raised to the extreme. Then, with a loud bang, the aura emitted from his body skyrocketed. At the same time, all the bones and muscles in his body were vibrating crazily, undergoing a transformation. His skin emitted a layer of treasure light, like the light of a divine weapon. Moments later, his muscles and bones finally stopped vibrating and calmed down. At this time, Lu Ming had completely broken through and cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the late 5th level. Lu Ming's strength increased explosively. He felt as if there was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. At the same time, the strength of his muscles, defense, and vitality had also increased explosively, reaching an unbelievable level. Lu Ming had a feeling that he was invincible among the great emperors just by relying on the strength of his body. Ah, good. Let the foreign race's first prince come. Lu Ming laughed loudly. His spiritual consciousness spread out through the mountain and river diagram to observe the movements outside. He found that the first prince had not come yet. Lu Ming did not care. He continued to circulate the seven gods' mysterious art to consolidate his realm, slowly moving toward the late fifth level limit. After reaching the late fifth level of the seven gods' mysterious art, the next step was to break through to the sixth level. Once the seven gods' mysterious art reached the sixth level, the strength of his body alone would be comparable to a heavenly emperor. That would be truly terrifying. However, without a great opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to break through. The ancient body cultivation lineage had been passed down for so long, but there were only a few people who reached the heavenly emperor realm. From this, one could see how difficult it was to cultivate the seven gods' mysterious art to the sixth level. Lu Ming cultivated quietly. In a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this time there was finally movement outside. A figure silently appeared in the sky, overlooking the mountains and rivers. All the foreign races fell silent at the same time. It was just a young foreign race similar to the human race. He was obviously from the royal family. However, he was different from the other royal families. He was extremely handsome and his hair was golden. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly. His three eyes were also golden. When he opened and closed them, they were filled with supreme majesty. The first prince. The first royal family of the evil god tribe, known as the strongest prodigy in the history of the evil god tribe. He had reached the peak of the great emperor realm in less than 300 years of cultivation. He was known to have the bloodline closest to the foreign race's divine ancestor. His combat strength was even more shocking. Experts of the same level could not withstand a single blow from him. Greetings, first prince. Countless foreign races bowed to the first prince. Even some heavenly emperors did the same. Their eyes were filled with respect. The first prince was destined to be invincible in the future. Where is he? The first prince asked. In that grotto heaven treasure. Someone pointed to the mountain and river diagram. The first prince's golden eyes looked at the mountain and river diagram. Boom. The first prince suddenly stomped his foot. A huge foot formed and pressed down on the mountain and river diagram. He actually attacked directly. It was abnormally domineering. Whoosh. The mountain and river diagram turned into a stream of light and flew out, dodging the attack. Then a light flashed. Lu Ming's figure appeared and kept the mountain and river diagram. Make your move. I don't have so much time to waste. The first prince had his hands behind his back. His indifferent gaze swept toward Lu Ming. Cold, domineering, and filled with endless confidence. This was the first prince. He was high and mighty like a deity looking down on the common people. It was as if nothing could enter his eyes. Since you don't have time, please go back. I don't have so much time to waste with you. Lu Ming also said coldly. The other party's attitude made him unhappy. Ignorant. The first prince said indifferently. Lu Ming's words did not make him angry because Lu Ming was not qualified to make him angry. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just an ignorant ant. Boom. At this moment, the first prince emitted a powerful aura. It was indeed the aura of a peak great emperor. However, it gave people a terrifying pressure as if they were facing a heavenly emperor. Whoosh. The first prince took a step forward. His body turned into a golden stream of light and rushed toward Lu Ming. He then threw a punch. He still had one hand behind his back as if to say that he only needed one hand to deal with Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated and he threw a punch too. Lu Ming did not use his supreme force in this punch. It was purely his physical strength. Boom. The two fists collided heavily and there was a loud explosion. Then, a figure was pushed back 100 miles. It was Lu Ming. The one who was pushed back was Lu Ming. The first prince did not move at all. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming was shocked. Chapter 24-26. One had to know that he could completely suppress ordinary peak great emperors with just the strength of his physical body. But that punch just now, he was completely no match for it. He felt that the first prince's physical body was also terrifyingly strong, far surpassing other peak great emperors. Of course, the most shocking thing was still the kind of energy that the other party cultivated. It was like the energy of the ancient cultivation system, indestructible. To be able to block my punch and not be injured, there are extremely few below Heavenly Emperor. Your strength is not bad, no wonder you can defeat Kong Duo. The first prince opened his mouth, but his voice was still indifferent, high and mighty, filled with endless confidence. However, some of the surrounding heavenly emperor powerhouses revealed a look of shock in their eyes. They were not shocked by the first prince's combat strength, but by Lu Ming. Because just now, Lu Ming did not unleash the law, but relied solely on his physical body. Just relying on his physical body, he blocked the first prince's move. This was too shocking. They had seen Lu Ming attack before. Lu Ming's physical strength was not so strong before. Could it be that he concealed his strength previously, or he broke through this month? Many foreign races had this thought in their hearts. First prince, be careful. A heavenly emperor of a foreign race reminded. You're looking down on me. The first prince looked at this person, his golden eyes emitting a cold radiance. That heavenly emperor's face changed and hurriedly said, No, how would I dare to look down on the prince? It's fine if you don't. A human race brat, I can easily suppress him. The first prince opened his mouth indifferently, looked at Lu Ming again, took a step out and blasted towards Lu Ming again. Still one hand behind his back, only using one hand. The power of this punch was several notches stronger than before. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes revealed fighting spirit, his entire body emitting various kinds of light, no less than a dozen. Boom. With the support of the law, Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger, and he blasted out another punch. Another violent explosion sounded out. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat, successfully blocking the first prince's attack. The first prince was stunned, clearly somewhat surprised, as if he did not expect that under this punch, Lu Ming actually did not retreat. Whoosh. However, the first prince was only slightly taken aback. His movements did not stop. His fist turned into a palm, and his palm was like a blade, slashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's reaction was also very fast. He waved his palm to block. Bang, bang. The two of them moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows before drifting back. This is your strength? It's not that great. Lu Ming chuckled. The first prince's golden eyes turned cold. Lu Ming's strength had indeed somewhat exceeded his expectations. In the past, unless his opponent's cultivation base was higher than his, he would defeat his opponents with a single hand. Even Kang Duo, who was ranked second on the longevity list, couldn't force him to use his second hand. But now he couldn't deal with Lu Ming. You do have some strength, but in front of me, you are still far from enough. The first prince said coldly. His other hand finally reached out. Whoosh. The first prince rushed towards Lu Ming like a stream of light and unleashed a terrifying attack. Good timing. Lu Ming let out a long roar, and all kinds of laws emanated from his body. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them once again charged at each other and engaged in a fierce battle. This time, the battle was even more intense and terrifying than the battle between Lu Ming and Kang Duo. How can this Lu Ming be so strong? How is it possible? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength in the battle with Kang Duo? Many of the foreign races were extremely shocked. Lu Ming's strength seemed to be bottomless. They sent out stronger people, but Lu Ming's strength was also endless. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Prince Di had exchanged hundreds of blows. Destroy kill. The first prince let out a long roar. Golden light burst out from his third eye like divine swords, slashing towards Lu Ming. The two of them worked together and their attacks were even stronger. However, Lu Ming's laws were also increasing. At this moment, Lu Ming had already unleashed 49 laws. Boom. The two of them exchanged another blow and retreated at the same time. If that's all you've got, then you'll lose. Lu Ming said coldly. The laws on his body increased and his aura became stronger. In the end, 81 laws covered his body, and Lu Ming's aura reached its peak. This made the faces of all the foreign races turn ugly. Was the first prince going to lose too? No, it couldn't be. Many of the foreign races shook their heads frantically. You're the first person in hundreds of years to force me to this extent. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate strength. Supreme, descend. The first prince let out a long roar. An extremely bright light burst out from his third eye. The golden light was even more dazzling than the sun. Then a figure appeared in the first prince's third eye. The figure stepped out of Prince Di's third eye. It was a burly figure, but he was shrouded in a golden light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but his aura was extremely terrifying. Divine Ancestor, the aura of the Divine Ancestor. The Divine Ancestor has descended. No, it's the power of the Divine Ancestor. The first prince's bloodline is the closest to the Divine Ancestor. He can already borrow a trace of the Divine Ancestor's power. Many of the foreign races shouted. Kill. The first prince shouted. The figure stepped out and charged towards Lu Ming. There was a grave look in Lu Ming's eyes. He could sense danger and pressure from this figure. But he was not afraid. It was just the power of the first prince. It could not be the divine ancestor himself. Boom. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and charged forward, engaging in an intense battle with that figure. Boom. 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 The two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye they were evenly matched. Merge with my body. The first prince shouted again. The figure retreated, turned into a ray of light, and merged with the first prince's body. The first prince's aura became stronger. Kill? The first prince charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them fought again. The void collapsed, and the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was in chaos. Endless space storms swept up. The battle between the two of them was too powerful. It could destroy heaven and earth. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. Is this still a great emperor? How can a great emperor have such combat strength? Oh my God, this is a battle between heavenly emperors. The two of them fought to the extreme. The power that erupted was too strong, far surpassing that of ordinary peak great emperors. If other peak great emperors were to enter, they would probably be killed in one move. The power that the two of them displayed had far surpassed the level of a great emperor. A battle between the peak. A true battle between the peak. Bam. 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 As the battle progressed, the two of them fought crazily and were hit continuously. Both of them were hit, but they did not care. They continued to fight. Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture. Although he was hit, he could recover quickly. Chapter 24-27. This battle lasted for more than 1,000 moves. At this stage, it was no longer a competition of battle strength but endurance. In the end, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture and an unparalleled physical body. He slowly gained the upper hand and started to suppress the first prince. At this moment, both of them were covered in blood because they had been hit too many times. Lu Ming punched the first prince's shoulder again. Half of his body almost exploded. At the same time, Lu Ming was also hit. His injuries were also very serious. However, his recovery speed was faster than the other party. Kill? Lu Ming did not give the other party a chance to recover at all. He charged forward with his injuries. The more they fought, the more serious the first prince's injuries were. He was less and less of a match for Lu Ming. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Gotcha. The first prince's chest was hit. His bones were broken and his body flew far away. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was extremely weak. Lu Ming was about to completely suppress the other party in one go. However, at this moment, a light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This figure was wearing a crown and emitted an earth-shattering aura. Under this aura, Lu Ming could not move at all. He could not even move a finger. The Alien King. This was the Alien King. He was terrifyingly powerful. The difference between Lu Ming and the other party was too great. Enough. The Alien King said coldly. His face was very gloomy. Greetings to the king. Many people bowed. The evil god tribe had 10 royal tribes. The king of each royal tribe had a high status and was respected by most of the other races. Today's battle ends here. Everyone back off. The Alien King instructed. Yes. Many of the other races bowed and then flew towards the Saint Mountain. However, they were shocked in their hearts. This was especially so for Mo Tianluo, Storm, and a few others. They were even a little dazed. They understood that even if the Alien King appeared, it would not change the fact that the first prince had also been defeated. This so-called strongest genius in the history of the evil god tribe had also been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming defeated the entire 10,000 years list by himself. This was something they had never dreamt of. The first prince stood in the distance, his golden eyes flickering with a cold light. Kill? The first prince shouted coldly. He turned into a stream of light and charged toward Lu Ming. He had always been invincible. Now that he had suffered his first defeat, he developed a strong desire to kill Lu Ming. However, halfway through he was blocked by a power. It was the power of the Outsider King. You cannot kill him. The Alien King spoke. This person is a human. He must be killed or there will be no end of trouble in the future. The first prince shouted. Whether we kill or not, we know what we're doing. Stand down. The Outsider King berated. The first prince's expression changed. Even though he was known as the strongest prodigy in the history of the evil god world and had an extremely high status, he still did not dare to act impudently in front of the Alien King. The 10 kings of the evil god tribe were the 10 people with the highest status in the evil god realm, excluding the sacred ancestor. Stand down. Another voice sounded in the first prince's ears. Hearing this voice, the first prince's expression changed again. Because this voice was his father's voice. His golden eyes coldly swept over Lu Ming. The first prince turned into a streak of light and flew toward the sacred mountain. At the scene, only Lu Ming, Jia and a few others were left. Lu Ming did not say anything. Being in the evil god world, he had no choice. No matter what the other party wanted to do with him, he was already prepared. However, they could forget about making him submit. In the depths of the sky, several outsider kings were discussing something. What should we do now? One of the outsider kings asked. All of this was completely out of their expectations, and it was also completely out of their control. Their plan was to let Lu Ming see the strength of their evil god world, to make Lu Ming despair and make Lu Ming submit. However, they had never imagined that Lu Ming's talent would be so high, and his combat strength would be so strong. He had actually broken through the longevity list. In this way, the ones who would suffer would be them, the evil god tribe, and not Lu Ming. Below the heavenly emperor, no one could defeat Lu Ming. How could they make Lu Ming submit? Their plan had failed. I really didn't expect this child's talent to be so strong. No wonder Saint Ancestor Sha Xan would choose him. Once Saint Ancestor Sha Xan revives in his body, he will definitely be able to return to his peak. That's right. Unfortunately, the prison-suppressing steel is in the way. The outsider king's expressions were very ugly. For a moment they could not think of a way. They could not take away the prison-suppressing steel, and Lu Ming did not submit. There was nothing they could do. Are we going to ask the Saint Ancestor? One outsider king spoke, but the other outsider kings fell silent. No, after that battle, the Saint Ancestor has been in seclusion to recover from his injuries. Unless it's extremely urgent, we can't disturb him. That's right. I suggest that we wait for a while and spend some time researching. I don't believe that we can't find a way to take away the prison-suppressing steel. The other outsider kings spoke one after another. A few hundred years, a few thousand years, or even a few tens of thousands of years, was just the blink of an eye in their eyes. At most, they would spend another few tens of thousands of years researching. They did not believe that they could not find a way. I suggest that we imprison Lu Ming in the eternal cage. This kid hasn't even lived for 200 years. If we imprison him in the eternal cage for a few thousand years or even a few tens of thousands of years, he might submit. That's right. The non-humankind kings all nodded and reached a consensus. I'll bring him there. One of the emperors of the foreign tribes said before disappearing with a flicker. Lu Ming suddenly felt a powerful force shrouding him. His vision turned dark and he could not see anything. Let's see what you're up to. Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He sat down with his legs crossed and waited patiently. After some time, Lu Ming was swept away by a force and left the darkness. A light appeared in front of him. Where is this? Lu Ming looked around. He discovered that he had appeared in a stone chamber. The stone chamber's door was tightly shut. Looks like I'm locked back in the secret chamber again. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Since he was here, he might as well take things as they came. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his cultivation to adjust his breathing. In the previous battle, he had more or less suffered some injuries. Although he had the indestructible ancient scripture, he had not fully recovered. After a period of recuperation, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state not long after. In the following time, Lu Ming comprehended the laws every day and tempered his physical body. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Gotcha. On this day, the stone chamber's door opened. An outsider wearing red battle armor walked in. Heavenly Emperor. Seeing this outsider, Lu Ming's heart stirred. This outsider was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Follow me. The red-armored outsider said coldly, then turned around and left. Chapter 24-28. Lu Ming walked out of the stone room and followed the blood-red armored foreign race. So many stone rooms? Lu Ming was taken aback. Outside the stone room, there was a stone passageway. On both sides of the passageway there were stone doors. Clearly these were all stone rooms. This place was completely different from the place where Lu Ming was imprisoned for 100 years. This place was definitely not the capital city. At this time, the doors of the stone rooms opened one after another, and figures walked out from inside. Human race. Lu Ming was taken aback. Those who walked out of those stone rooms were actually from the human race. One person walked out of each stone room. Could these humans have been captured from the heaven realm? Not long after, Lu Ming saw some divine beasts again, but all of them had transformed into human form. In addition, Lu Ming also discovered a characteristic, and that was that some people were like him, not wearing anything on their bodies just like when they were outside. However, some of them wore silver-chained armor that covered their arms and legs. What is this place? A place to imprison the prisoners of the heaven realm? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind one after another. The others also saw Lu Ming revealing curious looks. But no one spoke because there were many foreign races wearing blood-red armor, and all of them had heavenly emperor realm cultivation. Lu Ming saw that there were no less than 10 of them. Following the passageway, they walked all the way forward. Not long after, the passageway came to an end. At the end of the passageway was a huge cave. It was very huge. Above the cave there was a hole, and a beam of light shot down from the hole. Lu Ming guessed that this might be the interior of a mountain. There were passageways all around the cave. From each passageway people gathered. The majority were humans, and there were also divine beasts. In fact, Lu Ming saw foreign races also wearing silver chain armor, looking like prisoners. Around the cave stood foreign races wearing fiery red armor. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to be heavenly emperors. Most of them were great emperors. But there were a lot of them, more than 200 of them. The power of the foreign races gathered in this place was shockingly strong. Is this a cage of the alien race? Lu Ming speculated. Hey little brother, you're new here. I've never seen you before. At this time, a big man with messy hair walked over and greeted Lu Ming. Yes, I've only been here for a few months. As Lu Ming spoke, he also sized up the other party. The other party looked to be in his 50s. His hair and beard were messy, but one could still vaguely see that he was very handsome. There was a dignified aura around him. He was also wearing a chain armor. You should be from the heaven realm, right? And from the heaven realm, you should be less than 1,000 years old. You still have the smell of the heaven realm on you, a familiar yet strange smell. The large man sighed, revealing a nostalgic expression. Big brother, did you also come from the heaven realm? Lu Ming asked. That's right. However, that was many, many years ago. I don't even know how many years ago it was. I heard that it should be the ancient era. The large man sighed. Ancient era. Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that the other party was captured by the foreign races during the war in the ancient era and imprisoned here? From the ancient era until now, how many years had it been? It was really hard to imagine. Are the humans and divine beasts here all seniors from the heaven realm? Lu Ming asked again. No, only a small portion of them came from the heaven realm. The large man shook his head. A small portion? Lu Ming was shocked. Haha, don't tell me you think that only the heaven realm and the primordial realm have humans? In fact, there are humans in the evil god realm too. The large man laughed. There are humans in the evil god tribe? This time Lu Ming was even more shocked. He had never heard that there were humans in the evil god realm. Weren't the evil god realm full of foreign races? The 10 royal foreign races occupied the entire evil god realm. Ah, I'm a human here. Ching Tsong, this little brother, are you from the heaven realm? At this time, a large man with fiery red hair walked over. He looked to be in his 50s and was also wearing a chain armor. The large man with messy hair from before was called Ching Tsong. That's right. Ching Tsong nodded and introduced. He's called Wu Tai, a human from the evil god realm. Little brother, what's your name? I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming introduced himself and then started chatting with Ching Tsong and Wu Tai. Both of them were very forthright. As they chatted, Lu Ming learned a lot about this place. This place was called the Eternal Prison. It was a place where the foreign races imprisoned criminals. Once they were imprisoned, it would be difficult for them to leave. When these people were imprisoned, they were given medicine on the spot. Yes, medicine. Every once in a while, the foreign races would send people to draw their blood and use their blood to refine pills for the foreign races to consume to increase their cultivation. Moreover, Lu Ming knew that there were humans in the evil god realm. They were still in a place called the hell-suppressing world, resisting the foreign races. Moreover, the hell-suppressing world was very powerful. Hell-suppressing world? The name is so similar to the hell-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's heart trembled as he thought of many things. Perhaps the foreign races were held back by the hell-suppressing world, which was why they couldn't attack the heavenly world. Why are there outsiders imprisoned here as well? Lu Ming asked again. Because some foreign races are against attacking the heavenly world. Look, there are more than 10 foreign races over there. They are all very powerful existences, but they were against attacking the heavenly world in the ancient era. That's why they are imprisoned here. Ching Tsong pointed to the left. Lu Ming looked over. True enough, he saw more than 10 foreign clans. All of them were members of the foreign clan and they were wearing silver chain armor. I see. Lu Ming was enlightened. It seemed like not all foreign races were in favor of attacking the heavenly world. There were some who were against it. In fact, Lu Ming had always been curious. Why did the foreign races have to attack the heavenly world? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to live in peace? Big brother Qing Tsang, you have been imprisoned here since the ancient era. Could it be that after so many years, no one has escaped from here? Lu Ming asked again. No. Qing Tsang shook his head and sighed. The entire eternal cage is enveloped by a treasure and set up a terrifying restriction. It is said that the treasure is the treasure of the evil god race's sacred ancestor. Once it is set up, the restriction cannot be broken at all. Moreover, that restriction also has a terrifying killing power. As long as one is inside the restriction, once there is any movement and the restriction is activated, even a peak heavenly emperor will be killed. Lu Ming was shocked. If a peak heavenly emperor was to be killed, that would be too terrifying. A peak heavenly emperor was the strongest person in the world. Lu Ming could not imagine how strong he was. Lu Ming, brother Qing Tsang is a peak heavenly emperor. On the side, Wu Tai spoke up. What? Peak heavenly emperor? Chapter 24-29. Qing Tsang was actually a peak heavenly emperor. A peak heavenly emperor, whether it was in the evil god realm or the heaven realm, was in existence at the peak. There weren't many such people in the evil god realm or the heaven realm. According to what Lu Ming knew, the top 10 war beasts were peak heavenly emperors at their peak. And this seemingly ordinary person in front of him, who couldn't feel the slightest bit of aura, was actually a peak heavenly emperor. Qing Tsang used to be a famous figure in the heaven realm. Brother Lu Ming, have you never heard of him? Wu Tai looked at Lu Ming curiously. No. Lu Ming shook his head. Haha, Wu Tai, how long has it been since I was in the heaven realm? So many years have passed, who still remembers my name? Qing Tsang laughed, not minding it. The nine-headed golden lion is famous everywhere. Back then, even the evil god realm had a thunderous reputation. Wu Tai grinned. What? Nine-headed golden lion? This time, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Of course he knew about the nine-headed golden lion. Who didn't know about one of the top 10 war beasts, the nine-headed golden lion? However, it was said that the nine-headed golden lion had already died in battle during the ancient war. The Qing Tsang in front of him was actually one of the top 10 war beasts, the nine-headed golden lion. So he wasn't dead. You've heard of it? Wu Tai said. Of course, who hasn't heard of the nine-headed golden lion, one of the top 10 war beasts? Lu Ming said. Everything is just a false reputation. Aren't you still a prisoner? Qing Tsang laughed at himself. Big brother Qing Tsang, big brother Wu Tai, why are you wearing this chain armor but I'm not? Lu Ming asked curiously. This kind of armor can seal a person's cultivation. It is covered with formations that can seal a person's cultivation through their acupoints. Those above the heavenly emperor realm all wear this kind of armor. As for those below the heavenly emperor realm, their cultivation is not high. Even if they don't wear armor, the evil god race can easily suppress them, so they don't wear it. Wu Tai explained. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder some people were wearing armor while others were not. So that was the reason. There were restrictions set up around this place, which had terrifying defensive and killing power. Even heavenly emperors could not get out, let alone those below heavenly emperors. Moreover, the other races still had so many experts guarding this place. Those below heavenly emperor could not stir up any waves at all. He's here. Qing Tsang suddenly said as he looked in a certain direction. Lu Ming and Wu Tai also looked in the same direction. A bald middle-aged man walked over with a group of outsiders in fiery red armor. The bald middle-aged man looked no different from a human, but the third eye between his eyebrows told everyone that he was a foreign race. His body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura, as if he was high up in the universe. His pressure was like the heavens and the earth and the universe. How terrifying. Lu Ming sensed it slightly and felt cold sweat all over his body. His heartbeat quickened. This person's name is Duo Lei. He is the commander of the Myriad World Cage. At the same time, he is also a peak heavenly emperor. Wu Tai whispered. Peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's eyes turned intent. No wonder the feeling he gave people was so terrifying. A peak heavenly emperor was guarding this place. Even if there were no restrictions set up, not many people would be able to escape. Duo Lei cultivates a strange combat technique that requires him to absorb powerful battle chi. So every once in a while he will gather everyone together and then pick people to compete, to duel and carry out a great battle. And he can absorb the battle chi of others. Wu Tai continued to explain. Lu Ming nodded, finally understanding why these people were gathered here. Duo Lei came to the middle of the cave. With a wave of his hand, a battle platform appeared and landed in the middle of the cave. According to the old rules, whoever I call, whoever goes up to fight. If anyone doesn't do their best and is half-hearted, after this I will drain their blood. Duo Lei said coldly, his gaze like lightning, sweeping in all directions. The faces of the people who were swept by him changed, somewhat solemn. Duo Lei was vicious and merciless. He would definitely do what he said. Many people had been imprisoned here for countless years and were naturally very clear. Lu Ji, Wang Mang, you guys go up. Duo Lei called out. Then Lu Ming saw two figures walk up the battle platform. Both of them wore silver chain armor. Clearly they were both heavenly emperors. After the two of them stepped onto the battle platform, Duo Lei waved his hand, and the armor on their bodies flew away and landed in Duo Lei's hands. Boom, boom. The moment the armor flew away, astonishing auras erupted from Lu Ji and Wang Mang's bodies. This is a 3-star heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's eyes focused. Two people who stepped onto the battle platform were 3-star heavenly emperors. The number of experts imprisoned in this eternal prison was astonishing. Lu Ji and Wang Mang looked at each other, then suddenly took a step forward, charging towards each other. Boom, boom. The two of them clashed fiercely on the battle platform. The two of them had similar cultivation. They erupted with their full strength, not holding back at all. The battle was incomparably intense. This is not a law system. As soon as the two of them started fighting, Lu Ming discovered that the two of them did not cultivate the law system at all. Instead, they cultivated the immemorial martial Tao, which was similar to the immemorial martial Tao. The two of them are from my hell suppression world. What they cultivate should be different from the current heaven realm, right? On the side, Wu Tai said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. The law system had risen at the end of the immemorial martial Tao, and the hell suppression world should have always been in the evil god realm. It was normal for their cultivation to be different. The two of them fought for hundreds of moves. In the end, Lu Ji won slightly and defeated Wang Mang. Duo Lei watched from the side, his eyes flickering with excitement. A layer of light flickered on his body, flickering indeterminately. After Lu Ji and Wang Mang's battle, Duo Lei called two people up to fight. They were also heavenly emperors. Every group had similar cultivation, so the battle was incomparably intense. Their fighting spirit soared into the sky. This was very beneficial to Duo Lei. Just like this, several groups fought in succession. There were heavenly emperors and great emperors. Lu Ming discovered that none of them cultivated the law system. Qing Tsang told him that there were not many captured from the heaven realm. Most of the humans here were from the hell suppression world. Recently we have a newcomer here, a peerless genius from the heaven realm. Suddenly Duo Lei spoke and then looked at Lu Ming. The others could not help but look at Lu Ming. There was really no one as young as Lu Ming here. I heard that you are very strong. Go up and fight, Duo Lei said. Lu Ming's gaze moved but he did not speak. He stepped out and landed on the battle stage. You go up and fight him. Duo Lei pointed at an old man. That old man jumped onto the battle stage, his body emitting a powerful aura. He was a peak great emperor. Little brother, you have to be careful. This old man's cultivation is peak great emperor, the old man said kindly. Chapter 24:30. Thank you, senior. Please. Lu Ming said with a smile. Be careful. The old man said as he charged towards Lu Ming. His palm was as sharp as a knife as he slashed towards Lu Ming. Buzz. The old man's palm vibrated as a strange energy circulated around it. It really looked like a battle knife. The old man cultivated the Archean martial path and his attack power was shocking. Since he had attacked, he would not hold back as Duo Lu would not allow anyone to hold back. Lu Ming took a deep breath and threw out a punch. It was a simple punch, but it caused the space in the fighting ring to explode. The wind howled and the power was shocking. However, there was a layer of light around the fighting ring that blocked the wanted energy chi. The elder's pupils suddenly widened. The power of Lu Ming's punch was extremely shocking. He was taken aback. Swoosh. The old man changed his move. He shook his arm and slashed out dozens of times. Dozens of blade lights slashed towards Lu Ming's fist. However, when Lu Ming's fist hit the old man's blade lights, they exploded. The terrifying fist force crushed through and collided with the old man's palm. The old man's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He then retreated until he hit the light screen at the edge of the fighting ring. His face turned pale. So powerful. Many people were shocked and they could not help but re-evaluate Lu Ming. Previously, when they saw how young Lu Ming was, they thought that even if he was a genius, he would not be too strong. It was already shocking that he had the combat strength of a great emperor. However, when Lu Ming attacked, they were shocked. He defeated a peak great emperor with a single punch. This little brother Lu Ming is really not bad. He looks really young. He has cultivated for no more than 1,000 years, but he actually has such combat abilities. It's really shocking. Wu Tai exclaimed. Qing Tsang's eyes were filled with surprise as he said, looking at his cultivation, he should be a body cultivator. He's already a peak great emperor. He can be said to be a rare genius. It's a pity that he's imprisoned in the eternal cage. Qing Tsang sighed. Wu Tai was the same. He was so young and had such combat strength. If he had enough time, he would definitely become a terrifying expert. It was a pity that he was captured by the foreign races. It was tantamount to cutting off all hope. Little brother's combat strength is amazing. I'm impressed. On the fighting ring, the old man cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with admiration. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming said. Duo Lu, I'm really no match. The old man. Trash. Ayo. Duo looked at a middle-aged man wearing silver chain armor and said. He was a heavenly emperor. Duo Lu actually asked him to fight a great emperor? Duo Lu, you've gone too far. Lu Ming is just a great emperor. It's meaningless for you to ask him to fight Ao Jing. Qing Tsang shouted. When is it your turn to interrupt when I do things? Qing Tsang, remember your current identity. You're just a prisoner. Don't think of yourself as one of the top 10 beasts. Duo Lu glanced at Qing Tsang coldly, then looked at Ao Jing and said, go up and fight. Go all out. Ao Jing was helpless and could only step onto the fighting ring. Duo Lu waved his hand, and the armor on Ao Jing's body flew away. A dragon roar sounded. Ao Jing's body emitted a powerful aura. Ao Jing was a true dragon, and his cultivation was a 1-star heavenly emperor. Little brother, be careful. Ao Jing reminded. Senior, just go all out. Lu Ming said, his eyes revealing a strong fighting spirit. This was his first time fighting a heavenly emperor. A heavenly emperor was much stronger than a great emperor. There had never been a great emperor who could fight a heavenly emperor. Someone as strong as the #1 prince of the foreign races, known as the strongest prodigy of the foreign races, with astonishing combat strength, would probably not be a match for the weakest 1-star heavenly emperor. Lu Ming was looking forward to how far he could fight a 1-star heavenly emperor if he went all out. Moreover, although he had grasped 81 types of laws now, the application of the 81 types of laws was not very perfect. At least, he was unable to interweave all the laws together to form a divine ability. He could not achieve perfection. All of this was very difficult to slowly cultivate and comprehend by himself. However, in an intense battle there would often be great gains. Therefore, Lu Ming was looking forward to it, and his fighting spirit was also very strong. Buzz. Buzz. All kinds of light appeared on Lu Ming's body. That was the light of laws. That's laws. Below the fighting ring, Qing Tsang was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming actually cultivated laws. Wait, so many kinds? No, several kinds of strongest laws. What's going on? Oh my god, it's still increasing. Qing Tsang's eyes suddenly became round. Because the laws on Lu Ming's body were constantly flashing. More than 10 kinds, more than 20 kinds, 50 kinds, and the strongest laws were also constantly increasing. Qing Tsang's eyes became bigger and bigger, and finally became completely dumbfounded. What Qing Tsang cultivated was not the law system, but the ancient demon Tao. However, in ancient times, the law system dominated the heaven realm and was incomparably prosperous. He naturally understood it very well. At this moment, seeing the laws on Lu Ming's body, he was really dumbfounded. Not only him, but around the fighting ring, those who had some understanding of the law system were also dumbfounded. In an instant, Lu Ming's 81 types of laws all appeared, forming a battle suit that covered his entire body. Lu Ming erupted his strength to the extreme. Senior, please. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and reminded Ao Jing. Little brother, amazing. Ao Jing's eyes were also filled with amazement, and the aura on his body also rose to the extreme. Boom. Boom. The two of them moved at the same time, pouncing on each other and launching a terrifying attack. With a violent roar, the two of them collided and then both of them retreated. The difference was that Ao Jing only took 3 steps back while Lu Ming took 15 steps back. What amazing power. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Ao Jing also cultivated the law system, but the ancient demon Tao. The ancient demon Tao cultivated the physical body and demon power. The combination of the demon body and demon power was extremely powerful. In the exchange just now, Ao Jing's power was completely above Lu Ming's. However, he did not know that the others were even more shocked. He blocked it. A great emperor actually confronted a heavenly emperor head-on. Incredible. Ao Jing did not hold back. It is indeed incredible. He can be called a peerless demon. Unfortunately, he was imprisoned in the eternal cage. Many people sighed, feeling pity for Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming shouted, and at this moment his fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. Boom. He rushed toward Ao Jing again, raising his strength to the extreme, and fought with Ao Jing. Ao Jing was not to be outdone and charged toward Lu Ming. Bam. Bam. Chapter 24:31. In a twinkle, Lu Ming fought fiercely with Ao Jing for several dozen moves. Delightful, delightful. The more Lu Ming fought, the more excited he got, his fighting intent surging to the sky. Although he was completely at a disadvantage being suppressed by Ao Jing, it was not that easy for Ao Jing to want to win him either. Fighting with a heavenly emperor, Lu Ming could completely erupt with all of his strength. Furthermore, the other party could give him powerful pressure at all times, making him more proficient in his grasp of laws, understanding deeper. Bang. Bang. In the great battle, Lu Ming evolved all kinds of laws to the extreme, blasting out all kinds of different divine abilities. Good, good, good. Below the battle stage, Duo Lei said good 3 times in a row. He cultivated a kind of combat method and needed to absorb battle chi. He discovered that when Lu Ming fought with people, his fighting intent was extremely strong. It could let him absorb even more battle chi. He was already planning in his heart to let Lu Ming take the field more often in the future. What astonishing combat strength! The others also marveled endlessly, being shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's strength was already virtually close to Heavenly Emperor realm. Heavenly Emperor realms were definitely too weak to withstand a single blow in Lu Ming's hands. This battle was several hundred moves. After fighting for so long, Lu Ming was finally no match, being sent flying by Ao Jing, slamming into the light screen, vomiting fresh blood. He was defeated, but his eyes were endlessly excited. That battle earlier deepened his application of all kinds of laws a little more. Senior is formidable, junior is not a match. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "The formidable one is you. If not for me relying on my high cultivation, how can I be your match?" Ao Jing exclaimed. Indeed, if let him fight with Lu Ming on the same level, he probably could not even block one move from Lu Ming. Following that, the two people went down the battle stage. Duo Lei called the others up to fight fiercely again. A day later, Duo Lei seemed to be perfectly satisfied, making everyone disperse and return to their respective locked secret rooms. That Lu Ming don't draw his blood, it's useful to me. After the crowd dispersed, Duo Lei instructed his subordinates. After drawing blood, the person would definitely be weakened and would not be able to fight for a period of time. He wanted to leave Lu Ming to fight with others so that he could absorb battle chi. The others had been imprisoned here for too long and were already numb to it. Even if they fought with all their might, they would not be able to unleash too much battle chi. However, when Lu Ming was fighting, his fighting spirit was high, and his battle chi was extremely dense, which made him happy. Yes. The other outsiders accepted the order. After Lu Ming returned to his stone room, he continued to cultivate. He carefully recalled the battle just now, and his understanding of the use of laws gradually deepened. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. A few months later, Duo Lei summoned them again and had them fight. This time, Duo Lei called Lu Ming over again, battling with another one-star Heavenly Emperor. In this battle, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. However, after exchanging several hundred moves, Lu Ming was defeated. Just like this, every few months Lu Ming had to fight once. His gains were great. He also became more and more proficient in the application of various laws. The divine abilities that he comprehended himself also became more and more. Furthermore, no one came to draw Lu Ming's blood either. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already been in the Myriad Generations prison for 10 years. In 10 years, Lu Ming was already very familiar with the people here. He was familiar with many people. And in these 10 years, Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended all kinds of laws, his improvement astonishing. He was finally able to interweave 81 kinds of laws together, forming a kind of divine ability. 81 kinds of laws interweaved together, turning into a long spear with astonishing power. This made Lu Ming's combat strength increase a little again. He was truly able to fight to a draw with a one-star Heavenly Emperor, creating a miracle that no one could create since ancient times. 81 kinds of laws I'm finally perfected into one. I can finally assault the great Emperor realm now. Lu Ming pondered, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. Lu Ming had experienced too much along the way. Even in the midst of adversity, he would not be discouraged either. He believed that as long as his strength became stronger and stronger, there would always be a way to get out. Now he planned on assaulting the great Emperor realm. 81 kinds of laws included all of the strongest laws and most of the King Dao laws. Once he succeeded in assaulting the great emperor realm, who knew what kind of power it would have. Lu Ming was looking forward to it very much. Better enter the mountain and river diagram. Otherwise the commotion caused by breaking through is too great. Lu Ming's heart stirred, then he entered the mountain and river diagram. Fortunately his cultivation was low. The other races did not care about him and did not let him wear chain armor. Otherwise it would be troublesome to cultivate. Entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming took out a large number of chaos stones and superior grade raw stones, placed them all around, then sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. 3 days later, Lu Ming's state was adjusted to the extreme. Begin. Lu Ming whispered. At this moment, the heart of the realm in his small world emitted a bright light. At this moment, the heart of the realm had fused with 81 kinds of laws and was undergoing a shocking change. The 81 kinds of laws completely gathered together, intertwined, and fused together. The quantitative change led to a qualitative change. The 81 kinds of laws would slowly transform into a higher level, which was the Great Tao. This was the process of ordinary people's cultivation. This process could not be done overnight. It needed time. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this moment, the 81 kinds of laws could no longer be seen in the heart of the realm. There was only chaos, a piece of gray like the light of chaos, but there were some differences. Boom. At this moment, a violent explosion came from Lu Ming's body. An incomparably mysterious aura spread out from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, the color of Lu Ming's heart of the realm changed from gray to purplish gold. In an instant, it completely turned purplish gold. It was filled with a noble aura. It was high and mighty like the ruler of heaven and earth. A purplish gold light also spread out from Lu Ming's body. It made him look sacred and inviolable, like a god that ruled the world. Breakthrough. Lu Ming knew that he had broken through. He had stepped into the great emperor realm. Devour. Lu Ming's heart moved. His body was like a black hole, crazily devouring the energy around him. Bang, bang. Piles of supreme-grade origin stones exploded, turning into an extremely dense tide of origin chi that poured into Lu Ming's body and into his small world. At the same time, the chaos stones exploded one after another. Strands of chaos chi were absorbed by Lu Ming and refined by Lu Ming, entering his small world. Lu Ming's small world expanded rapidly. Originally, when Lu Ming was at the peak of the true emperor realm, the size of his small world was 700,000 miles. But now it was expanding rapidly. As Lu Ming refined energy entered, it expanded rapidly. 750,000 miles, 800,000 miles, 900,000 miles. Soon, Lu Ming's small world expanded to 1 million miles. Chapter 2432. Ordinary people who had just cultivated to the great emperor realm would stop when their small world expanded to 1 million miles. However, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He continued to expand and the speed was getting faster and faster. 1 million 2 million 5 million 2 million miles. It's still expanding. Then continue to refine for me. Lu Ming kept taking out supreme-grade origin stones and chaos stones. A large number of supreme-grade origin stones were refined. Fortunately, Lu Ming's resources were abundant. Over the years, he had killed many opponents and accumulated a large number of resources. In particular, he had obtained too many resources on the Void Divine Island. There were more than 20,000 Chaos Stones and Primordial Stones respectively. There were countless supreme-grade origin stones. Lu Ming did not count them at all. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to afford it. Lu Ming did not care about resources at all. No matter how many resources there were, it was most practical to turn them into strength. As a large number of resources were refined, Lu Ming's small world continued to expand crazily. 3 million miles, 4 million miles. In the end, Lu Ming's small world expanded to a radius of 10 million miles before it stopped. The others who had just broken through to the Great Emperor realm only had a small world of 1 million miles. However, Lu Ming's small world had a radius of 10 million miles, which was 10 times that of the others. This was the distance between length and width. As for the area, it was unknown how many times more, at least 100 times. This was already comparable to a heavenly emperor realm's small world. Of course, the amount of resources consumed was also shocking. Lu Ming used a total of 3,000 chaos stones. As for supreme-grade origin stones, it was even more shocking. Lu Ming did not count them at all. However, everything was worth it. Lu Ming felt that the world power in his body was extremely rich. It was not like the world power that an ordinary great emperor realm could have at all. My current realm is obviously still a one-star great emperor. However, the world power is many times richer than the other one-star great emperor's world power. Lu Ming muttered. His current world power was really too rich. There's a different kind of energy in the power of the world. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that his world energy was mixed with a trace of purple gold energy. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this energy was extremely shocking. It was much stronger than world energy. Could it be my great Tao? Lu Ming thought of the great Tao he controlled. Then, with a thought, a purple light radiated from Lu Ming's body. In the unseen world, there was a kind of energy that was under his control. That energy was incomparably mysterious, but it emitted a terrifying might as though it could dominate everything. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with the world. It was as if all the energy in the world could be used by him. Lu Ming seemed to be able to dominate everything. With a thought, a mountain in the mountain river diagram in the distance directly turned into ashes and dissipated. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This power was too terrifying. He only had to think about it in his mind. This is my great Tao. No, a great Tao is definitely not this powerful. I seem to have become one with time. Isn't this the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? But it's different from the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming instructed in his thoughts, feeling very puzzled. He realized that the great Tao he controlled was different from the other great Taos. He was sure that the other great Taos were vulnerable in front of him. However, it was also different from the heavenly Tao. Even his power of the world was mixed with this kind of power. It was different from the great Tao and also different from the heavenly Tao. It was like a brand new Tao. It should be related to my cultivation. I cultivate 81 types of laws, which is why such a mysterious Tao was born. Lu Ming analyzed. The most fundamental composition of heaven and earth was the laws. There were tens of thousands of laws. However, the most important ones were the 10 strongest laws and many other monarch laws. Although there were many other ordinary laws, their effects were far inferior to the 10 strongest laws and monarch laws. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had mastered all the strongest laws and most of the monarch laws. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, he had mastered a mysterious Tao. I wonder how powerful this Tao of mine is? Lu Ming thought, then closed his eyes and began to experiment. When he used this mysterious Tao, he seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. His consciousness floated out and extended out of the stone room. Lu Ming saw everything in the other stone rooms. He continued to extend his consciousness. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a layer of light screen. This layer of light screen enveloped all directions. At the top of the light screen, there was a round bead that emitted a bright light. The light screen was formed by this round bead. Could this be the restriction of the eternal cage, a restriction formed by the treasure of the evil god tribe's divine ancestor? Lu Ming's heart stirred. If I can open this restriction, I can get out. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, but then he smiled helplessly. Qing Tsang and the rest said that even a peak heavenly emperor could not break through this light screen. Moreover, it had a terrifying offensive power that could even kill a peak heavenly emperor. Then how could he open it? However, Lu Ming really wanted to give it a try. Because in his heart he always had a feeling that he could dominate everything. Even if it was the light screen here, he could open it. This was the feeling that the mysterious Tao gave him. Let's give it a try. In the end, Lu Ming made up his mind and decided to give it a try. A wisp of purple gold light flew towards the light screen. It was precisely that mysterious Tao. Buzz. That light screen emitted layers of waves. In the end, a crack actually appeared. Success, I actually succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. That layer of light screen seemed to be dominated by him. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. Following that, Lu Ming hurriedly put away that mysterious Tao. That light screen returned to normal. With Duo Lei controlling that treasure, Lu Ming was afraid that it would alarm the other party. At this moment, in a secret room, Duo Lei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that someone is attacking the restriction? They really don't know life from death. Duo Lei said sinisterly and then observed through the bead. He controlled that bead and could observe everything that was happening on the light screen at any time. However, Duo Lei did not discover anything. He did not discover anyone attacking the light screen. Could it be an illusion? Duo Lei frowned and then carefully observed for a while. He did not discover anything, so he ignored it. And at this time, Lu Ming was really overjoyed. It really worked. He could really open that restriction. This meant that he could leave at any time. This kind of mysterious Tao is too wonderful, too mysterious. Lu Ming waved his hand. His palm emitted a purple gold light. It was the embodiment of that mysterious Tao. I've never heard of this kind of Tao, but it seems to be able to dominate heaven and earth. Then let's call it the Tao of Domination. Lu Ming gave it a name. Tao of Domination. I don't know how strong I am now. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 24:33. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he did not use his physical body now, just relying on world power and Tao of Sovereign, he could kill a one-star heavenly emperor. One had to know his current realm was still just one-star great emperor. If he could kill a one-star heavenly emperor, it was equivalent to crossing an entire major realm to kill the enemy. Happening in the heavenly emperor realm was something inconceivable. The higher up, the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to jump realms to battle. Those able to cultivate to the heavenly emperor realm, which one was not a peerless genius. Only by grasping the strongest laws could one cultivate to the heavenly emperor realm. Hence, at the back, being able to cross a minor realm to fight the enemy was already extremely difficult. Let alone crossing a major realm to kill the enemy. Furthermore, this was still just Lu Ming's estimation. Adding in the power of the physical body, Lu Ming's combat strength would be even stronger. From now on, Lu Ming was the powerhouses who stepped into the heavenly realm, primordial realm, and evil god realm. Now isn't the time to leave yet. With my strength, even if I leave this place, I'll be discovered very soon and will be caught up by the other party. Furthermore, even if I leave this place in the vast evil god realm, where should I go? Lu Ming started thinking again. In the end, he planned on finding Qing Tsang and the rest to discuss, and even bring Qing Tsang and the rest to escape together. Lu Ming put away his cultivation, got up, walked to the door and pushed forcefully. The door was pushed open. The Eternal World Prison was not managed strictly. The main thing was that there was the foreign race's sacred ancestors' treasure, enveloping all directions. That layer of restriction, no one could break it. Hence, people like Duol and the other foreign races were very assured. Normally, Lu Ming and the rest could freely enter and exit the various stone rooms. In Duol and the rest's view, Lu Ming and the rest could at most only move around within the range of the restriction and could not run. Moreover, those above Heavenly Emperor still had chains and armors to seal cultivation, an additional layer of insurance. Lu Ming walked out of the stone room and followed the passageway. Soon he arrived at the door of another secret room. Knocking on the door, a voice came from inside the door, "Come in." Lu Ming pushed open the stone door and walked in. Inside was precisely Qing Tsang. Qing Tsang was lying on a green rock, leisurely drinking wine. "Haha, brother Lu Ming, you came at the right time. Drink with me." Qing Tsang smiled, took out a pot of wine and tossed it to Lu Ming. This wine was given to Qing Tsang by Lu Ming. There was no wine to drink in the eternal prison. Lu Ming took it and took a sip. "Brother Lu Ming, you made a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Suddenly, Qing Tsang's eyes lit up. Although his cultivation was sealed by the chain armor, his eyes were still sharp. He could tell at a glance that Lu Ming had made a breakthrough. "I just broke through," Lu Ming said. "Let me see what kind of great Tao you have comprehended," Qing Tsang hurriedly said. He was very curious. Lu Ming had mastered 81 nomological laws. He was also very curious about what kind of great Tao he would master after breaking through to the great emperor realm. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to ask Qing Tsang about this. Qing Tsang had lived for a long time. He might know what kind of great Tao he had comprehended. With a thought, Lu Ming's body emitted a dominating aura. At the same time, a purple gold light spread out from his body. As soon as he sensed Lu Ming's aura, Qing Tsang's expression changed and became a little serious. "Brother Qing Tsang, do you know what kind of Tao this is?" Lu Ming asked. Qing Tsang shook his head and said, "It's strange. I've never seen or heard of this kind of Tao." Qing Tsang looked carefully and revealed a look of surprise. "What a terrifying Tao. There's a dominating will in it. In front of this kind of Tao, I'm afraid that ordinary great Tao will be vulnerable. Only the heavenly Tao can contend against it. Moreover, your cultivation is still weak now. As your cultivation increases in the future, it will be even more shocking and powerful." Sigh, what a pity. In the end, Qing Tsang sighed. "Brother Qing Tsang, what's a pity?" Lu Ming asked. "It's a pity that you're locked up here. Otherwise, with your talent, you might be able to create a miracle in the future and break through the last stage to enter the supreme realm. In that case, the heaven realm might be able to defeat the evil god tribe." "What a pity." Qing Tsang sighed. "Brother Qing Tsang, we might be able to get out," Lu Ming said softly. "What?" Qing Tsang glared and said, "Brother Lu Ming, what do you mean by that?" "Brother Qing Tsang, I won't hide it from you. I named this great Tao the Sovereign Tao. Previously, I used the Sovereign Tao to open the restrictions of the eternal prison." Lu Ming explained the matter. "What?" Qing Tsang's eyes emitted a bright light. Even though he was sealed by the chain armor, a terrifying aura spread out. "Brother Lu Ming, what you said, is it true?" Qing Tsang's voice trembled a little. He had been imprisoned here for too long and originally did not have any extravagant hopes of getting out. Now that he heard that he could get out, he was naturally excited. "That's right, it's absolutely true. However, after opening it, I'm afraid that we'll be discovered by Duo Lu very soon. That's why I came to discuss it with Brother Qing Tsang," Lu Ming said. "It's fine. As long as I can get out of the restriction, I can break free from this sealed armor. At that time, even if Duo Lu finds out, I won't be afraid of him," Qing Tsang said, revealing strong confidence. Qing Tsang was different from the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives demonic silkworm. In the ancient war, although he was captured, his injuries were not that serious and had long recovered. As long as he broke free from the seal, he would immediately be able to recover his peak Heavenly Emperor cultivation base. He was not afraid of Duo Lu at all. "Then after we get out, where are we going?" Lu Ming asked. "To the hell-suppressing realm, so we have to find Wu Tai and the others. This time, take this opportunity to bring more people out," Qing Tsang said. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same intention. In the Eternal Cage there were too many experts. The number of Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses was also astonishing. If they could bring them out, they would definitely be able to create a lot of trouble for the evil god race. That way the pressure on the Heaven realm side would also be reduced. This combat strength could not be given up. Immediately, Lu Ming and Qing Tsang discussed the details, then found Wu Tai and told him about this matter. After Wu Tai heard it, he was also shocked at first, then ecstatic. The 3 people discussed who should be brought out. This matter must be carried out strictly. If they had to bring, they also had to bring people they could trust. If this matter was found out by the other races, they would probably directly seal Lu Ming or even kill Lu Ming. Then everything would be over. After discussing, Wu Tai and Qing Tsang both started to take action, revealing this matter to some people they could trust, discussing when to take action. In the end, a total of more than 30 people knew about this matter. Of course, if they wanted to escape at that time, it would not be just these 30 people. Each of them could find a reason to invite some people to leave with them. As long as they did not tell them the specific details beforehand, when Lu Ming opened the restriction, everyone could escape together. In the end, they decided to wait for Duo Lu to gather them before taking action. Chapter 2434. Sure enough, half a month later, Duo gathered everyone for a competition once more. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was called up again. Lu Ming did not display the Tao of Sovereign. He just used the power of his fleshly body and a portion of world power to exchange several hundred moves with a 1-star Heavenly Emperor. Broke through. Duo's eyes flashed. He could naturally tell that Lu Ming broke through. However, even if Lu Ming broke through, he was also just a great emperor. He did not care too much. In his view, Lu Ming's physical strength was too strong. Even if he broke through in laws, it would not increase his overall combat strength too much. After more than a day, the competition ended. Lu Ming and the rest returned to their respective stone rooms. After returning to the stone room, Lu Ming waited quietly. Roughly several hours later, Lu Ming opened the stone door and headed for Qing Tsang's stone room. After arriving at Qing Tsang's stone room, he discovered that there was another large man inside besides Qing Tsang. This large man did not know of Lu Ming's plan. He was invited by Qing Tsang. Before long, Wu Tai brought 2 people and also came to Qing Tsang's stone room. "Wu Tai, elder brother Qing Tsang, why did you call us here?" The 2 people who came with Wu Tai asked. These 2 people also did not know the specific plan. "Looking for you all for something, just follow us," Qing Tsang said. Finished speaking, he walked out of the stone room first. Lu Ming and the rest followed. Those few people were very curious but did not ask much, following Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest entered a passageway and casually strolled around, heading toward the periphery of the Myriad Generations prison. At this moment, many people started moving. Those who knew the plan either invited 1 or 2 or 3 people, all casually strolling around, heading toward the place Lu Ming and the rest agreed upon. Lu Ming and the rest turned left and right, bypassing several passageways, and then arrived at a relatively large stone room. This stone room was considered the outermost stone room. Through the passageway outside the stone room, one could walk to the edge of the restriction. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already a few people waiting there. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. A moment later, there were a total of 133 people. Of these 133 people, there were a total of 100. The other 3 people wore chain armor on their bodies, indicating that they were all Heavenly Emperor realm existences. Only 30 people were below the Celestial Emperor. Everyone, why have you brought us here? Another person asked. Those who were invited were also very curious. Qing Tsang and the others did not reply. Since everyone is here, let's go, Qing Tsang said as he strode away. Those who were invited became even more curious. However, those who were invited were usually on very good terms with someone, so they didn't ask much and just followed Qing Tsang and the others. Gradually, they approached the entrance of the passageway. They could even see the restrictive light screen outside through the passageway. Could it be that you want to escape? Finally, someone guessed what Lu Ming and the others were going to do. Their faces immediately changed wildly. This restriction could not be broken at all. Moreover, those above the Celestial Emperor realm were all wearing chain armor. Their cultivation was sealed. Wanting to escape was simply impossible. Forcefully going head-on like this would only lead to death. Do you all want to court death? Someone was somewhat anxious. If we don't have confidence, would we do this? Just follow, someone said. Many people's faces became incomparably solemn, changing indeterminately. They did not expect that Qing Tsang and the rest actually wanted to escape. For countless years, no one had escaped. What are you all trying to do? Right at this time, a loud roar came from the entrance of the passageway. A burly figure appeared. It was a foreign race, wearing blood-red armor, his aura powerful. Everyone's faces changed wildly. Normally, this passageway had no foreign races. Because the foreign races were 100% confident in their restrictions, the guard was very lax. There were no foreign races guarding this place at all. Today, a foreign race actually appeared. Furthermore, it looked like his cultivation was very profound. It was a Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race. Unlucky, it was really too unlucky. Qing Tsang, Wu Tai, and the rest's faces became extremely ugly. A Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race was troublesome. Qing Tsang could tell that this was a one-star Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race. One had to know their characters above the Heavenly Emperor realm all wore chain armor. Only those below the Heavenly Emperor realm did not wear armor. They could not do anything to this Heavenly Emperor at all. Once the other party caused a commotion and alarmed Duo Lu, then everything would be over. All of the plans would be ruined. Many people who knew the plan were burning with anxiety. What to do? Swoosh. Right at this time, a figure rushed out explosively, charging towards this foreign race Heavenly Emperor. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly made his move. At this time, there was nothing to hesitate about. Only by killing this foreign race could they escape. Otherwise it was all over. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. His entire body was suffused with a purple light. The moment he attacked, he used all his strength, using the Tao of Sovereign. In the process of rushing out, the Great Baron Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, man and spear as one, and stabbed towards the foreign race Heavenly Emperor. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor's pupils shrank rapidly. This was because he felt a fatal threat from Lu Ming's attack. It was unbelievable that a Heavenly Emperor gave him such a feeling. However, at this time he did not have time to think too much. He roared and erupted with all his strength, forming layers of defense. As long as he blocked this move and escaped in another direction, spreading the news, Lu Ming and the rest would be finished, and he would be able to make a contribution. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's attack had already reached. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor's expression changed immediately. This was because the defense he set up could not block Lu Ming's attack at all. Wherever the spear light passed, all of his defenses collapsed in an instant. No, how is this possible? The foreign race Heavenly Emperor roared in his heart. Pork. A long spear pierced through the void, directly piercing through the space between his eyebrows. Buzz. The long spear shook. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor was torn apart. Dead. Everyone was dumbfounded with their mouths agape, completely stunned. A one-star Heavenly Emperor was actually insta-killed by Lu Ming in one move. My god, what kind of strength was this? Lu Ming was just a Heavenly Emperor realm. He could actually insta-kill a one-star Heavenly Emperor in one move. This kind of combat strength was seriously too terrifying. Actually, this was also normal. The Tao of Sovereign was too powerful. Even Lu Ming's world power contained a trace of purple gold power. Lu Ming called it the power of Sovereign. Now, Lu Ming did not need a physical body. Just relying on the law system, he felt that he could kill a one-star Heavenly Emperor. Just now, adding in the power of the physical body and the power of the Great Baron Spear, insta-killing a one-star Heavenly Emperor in one move was not surprising. Swish. Chapter 2435. After Lu Ming rushed out of the passage, he put away the Great Desolate Spear and directly slammed his palm towards the restriction light screen. What is he trying to do? Those who didn't know the plan were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. It was impossible for Lu Ming to break the restriction light screen like this, and it would even alarm Duo Lu. But it was already too late for them to stop it. Buzz. Lu Ming's palm carried a purplish gold light as it bombarded the restriction light screen. Layers of ripples appeared on the restriction light screen. Lu Ming used the Tao of Sovereigns to break the restriction. The Tao of Sovereigns ruled over all things. Even this restriction light screen could be ruled. Layers of ripples appeared on the restriction light screen. Qing Tsang and the rest stared with wide eyes, watching nervously. Although they heard Lu Ming say that he could break the restriction, they had not seen it with their own eyes, so it was inevitable that they were nervous. Buzz. Suddenly, the restriction light screen shook and then a crack appeared on it. The crack grew rapidly, forming a huge hole. It opened. The restriction light screen opened. Qing Tsang and the rest were overjoyed, their faces revealing excitement. And those who were invited and did not know the plan were all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The restriction light screen was actually opened by Lu Ming, someone who had not broken into the Heavenly Emperor realm. How was this possible? Legend had it that the restriction light screen of the eternal prison was formed by a treasure of the foreign race's sacred ancestor. It was sturdy and immortal and could not be broken at all. Even a peak Heavenly Emperor would find it difficult to break it. But now it was broken by Lu Ming. Slap. Someone slapped himself fiercely. What are you doing? Someone asked in surprise. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Is it because I want to go out too much that I'm daydreaming? So it's not, ha. That person laughed loudly. The others, go quickly, otherwise when Duo Lu finds out, none of you will be able to leave. Qing Tsang let out a loud roar and rushed forward. The others also seemed to have woken up from a dream and ran wildly. Quick, I can't hold on for long. Lu Ming shouted as well. He realized that the amount of energy consumed to open the restriction light screen was terrifying. Now his power of the world was depleting at an alarming speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Qing Tsang, Wu Tai, and the others quickly rushed out and finally arrived outside the light barrier. At this time, Duoli, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression extremely ugly. Damn it. He had instantly discovered Lu Ming and the others through the outsider's sacred patriarch's treasure. He was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was actually able to open the light screen. This was something that had never happened before. Damn it. None of you can leave. Duo roared, controlling the sacred ancestor's treasure. At this moment, the bead above the cage of 10,000 generations was vibrating violently and emitting a terrifying aura, causing the light barrier to tremble violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing down on him. His body shook violently as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. And the hole that he opened up was rapidly healing. Fortunately, everyone had escaped. Lu Ming's muscles shook fiercely and he rushed out. Before the light barrier healed, he rushed out of the light barrier. None of you can leave. Duel's roar came out from the cage of 10,000 generations. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted, spreading out for a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Duel went crazy. A peak Heavenly Emperor went crazy. It was earth-shattering. It was too terrifying. At this moment, in the cage of 10,000 generations, those who did not escape were all shocked. What's going on? What happened? Duel went crazy. Could it be that someone wants to escape? Who is it? So bold. Many people guessed. Everyone attack for me. Chase after the fugitives. Kill without mercy. Duel's voice sounded again. He chased after Lu Ming and the others at an extremely fast speed. In the cage of 10,000 generations, all the outsider races were alarmed and also chased after Lu Ming and the others. Someone escaped. The remaining people who did not escape were dumbfounded with shock. There was actually someone who could really escape. At this moment, outside the light screen, Qing Tsang raised his head to the sky and roared. A roar shook the firmament. Resplendent golden light erupted from Qing Tsang's body. Endless golden light battered that chain armor. Bang, bang, bang. On the chain armor, explosions were unceasingly happening. Qing Tsang's aura became stronger and stronger. Qing Tsang was one of the top 10 battle beasts back then. A peak Heavenly Emperor existence, his combat strength was shockingly strong. He could break open the chain armor with his own strength alone. It was just that in the past, inside the restriction light screen, even if he broke open the armor, he could not get out. He would be suppressed by the sacred ancestor weapon controlled by Duel. But now that he was outside, he had no scruples. Qing Tsang. In the distance, an earth-shattering roar came. A burly figure appeared. Was Duel. Duel had arrived. Swish. Duol's third eye burst forth with a light of destruction. This light of destruction actually turned into a giant hand, directly passing through the restriction light screen and bombarding down towards Lu Ming and the others. He directly made a killing move, wanting to kill Lu Ming, Qing Tsang and the others. Qing Tsang let out a long roar, and a terrifying force erupted from his body, directly destroying the chain armor. With the chain armor destroyed, Qing Tsang's aura became even more terrifying. His body emitted boundless golden light, and his body rapidly transformed into a giant lion. A giant lion with 9 heads, its entire body golden as if it was carved from gold. Top 10 battle beasts, 9-headed golden lion. The 9 heads roared one after another, and the entire eternal cage began to shake violently. The space around it exploded into smithereens in an instant. The giant hand of destruction that Duo Lu had unleashed also shook violently and was blocked. At this moment, Wu Tai and the others were also crazily attacking the chain armor. However, their strength was not as good as Qing Tsang's. For a time they could not break through it all. In the distance, powerful auras rose one after another. The other foreign race powerhouses were also about to rush over. Big brother Wu Tai, let me help you. Lu Ming came to Wu Tai's side and used his sovereign power to help Wu Tai break the chain armor. The sovereign power could even break the restriction light screen set up by the foreign race's sacred ancestor weapon. Logically speaking, it could also break this armor. Sure enough, after the sovereign power poured into the armor, the seal on the armor was quickly destroyed by the sovereign power. In an instant, all the seal power was broken. Boom. Wu Tai erupted and the armor exploded. Wu Tai's body emitted a terrifying aura. Haha, I'm finally free. Wu Tai laughed loudly. His aura was like smoke soaring into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Although Wu Tai was not as strong as Qing Tsang, he was also an extremely terrifying existence. His cultivation had reached 6-star Heavenly Emperor. He was not far from peak Heavenly Emperor. Damn it. Duo roared, erupting with all his strength, attacking with terrifying attacks. However, Qing Tsang was not afraid of him at all. The 9 lion heads roared, spewing out pillars of light, fighting with Duo. The 2 of them had similar cultivation and the 2 of them were locked in battle. Chapter 2436. At this time, some of the other foreign race powerhouses also rushed out of the light screen and charged over. Brother Lu Ming, go help the others. I'll block them. Wu Tai said. He strode forward and charged towards those foreign races. As for Lu Ming, he rushed towards another person and helped him break the chain armor. With Lu Ming's help, that person also broke the armor in a few moves, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. This was also a powerhouse not weaker than Wu Tai, a 6-star Heavenly Emperor from the hell-suppressing realm. This time, among the people who escaped, it belonged to this person and Wu Tai. Qing Tsang was the strongest. Brother Lu Ming, many thanks. This person cupped his fists and then rushed towards Wu Tai. Together with Wu Tai they fought the foreign race powerhouses. There weren't many outsider experts guarding the world of Eons. There were only 18 Heavenly Emperors. Because with the foreign race sacred ancestor weapon and Duol, a peak Heavenly Emperor, it was enough. There was no need for so many powerhouses to guard. Of the 18 Heavenly Emperors, 1 was killed by Lu Ming earlier. There were still 17. Among them there was only 1 6-star Heavenly Emperor. At this time, with 2 6-star Heavenly Emperors taking action, the foreign race side immediately fell into a disadvantage. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. They were safe. At least, with their current strength they no longer feared the foreign race. Lu Ming continued to help the others break the armor. There were more and more experts on their side and more people joined the battle. The foreign race side was completely no match. Several Heavenly Emperors were killed consecutively. The remaining foreign race Heavenly Emperors did not dare to fight at all and retreated into the light screen. Damn it. Duo roared again and again, his expression extremely ugly. He could only fight with Qing Tsang and could not deal with the others at all. This was outside the light screen, and he could not control the power of the restriction to deal with Qing Tsang and the rest. That brat, it's all that brat, Lu Ming, Duo roared in his heart, his gaze sweeping towards Lu Ming filled with ferocious killing intent. All of this was because of Lu Ming. If not for Lu Ming, Qing Tsang and the rest would not have been able to escape. He wished he could grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Now it was too late for regrets. If he had known earlier, he would have brought Lu Ming with him. Dole, I'll take you on. Wu Tai roared and charged at Duo Lei. Another 6-star Heavenly Emperor and 2 5-star Heavenly Emperors also charged towards Duo Lei. As for Lu Ming, he continued to help the others break their armors. Qing Tsang's battle prowess was not weaker than Duel's to begin with. Now, with the other 4 experts joining forces, Duel was at a disadvantage. Roar. Qing Tsang's body was as large as a mountain, and his entire body was covered in golden light. He was incredibly ferocious, and his 9 heads attacked with 9 different abilities. As for Wu Tai and the others, they cultivated the archaic martial arts system. Their offensive power was extremely strong. With a wave of their hands, terrifying saber gleams and sword gleams burst forth, capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. For a moment, Duoli was no match and was forced to retreat again and again. Qing Tsang seized the opportunity and rushed over. With a claw he left a deep wound on Duel's body. Duel's face was pale as he quickly retreated. Kill? Qing Tsang roared. Not wanting to let Duel off, he launched a fierce attack. Wu Tai and the others also attacked with all their might. Damn it. In the end, Duel let out an angry roar, turned around and left, charging into the restriction light screen. There was no other way. Without the help of the restriction light screen, the foreign race experts guarding the Eternal World Cage were not Qing Tsang's match at all. Go, let's leave quickly. Qing Tsang shouted, turned around and left. A powerful force swept up, sweeping up the others and turning into a beam of golden light, flying into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Quick, report the news. Send people to snipe Qing Tsang and the others along the way. We must take them down. Duel roared and gave the order. All of a sudden, more than 100 heavenly emperors escaped. There was also a peak heavenly emperor like Qing Tsang. If they could not capture them, he would definitely be punished. Immediately, they informed the 10 great royal clans of the news. And Lu Ming and the others were also making the best use of their time. Next, their destination was the Hell Suppression Realm. This was something they had planned long ago. In the vast evil god realm, only the Hell Suppression Realm could give them shelter. Otherwise, even if they escaped, they would be surrounded by the foreign races. Sooner or later they would be captured or killed. Only by escaping into the Hell Suppression Realm would they be considered safe. Now, they had to make the best use of their time and rush to the Hell Suppression Realm with the fastest speed. It was certain that the foreign races would definitely send powerhouses to encircle and annihilate them. But what was advantageous to them was that the Eternal World Cage was not far from the Hell Suppression Realm. Qing Tsang, Wu Tai, and the rest wrapped the others with their power and hurried along with all their might. As for Lu Ming, he continued to help the remaining people break their armor. Only when more people recovered their combat strength at that time, even if they were surrounded by the foreign races, they could still fight. They specifically chose some barren mountains and uninhabited places to fly. Not long after, everyone's chain armor was broken by Lu Ming. Everyone recovered their combat strength. More than 100 heavenly emperors, this was an extremely shocking force. They increased their speed traveling through space. Along the way they did not encounter any obstacles at all. More than 100 heavenly emperors, too terrifying. Even if the foreign races received the news and mobilized so many powerhouses, they could not catch up to Lu Ming and the rest. If they wanted to send people to snipe, they could only send the powerhouses in front of Lu Ming and the rest. But in front of Lu Ming and the rest, how could so many powerhouses gather in such a short time? Even if some powerhouses discovered Lu Ming and the rest, they did not dare to stop them. Therefore Lu Ming and the rest had a smooth journey. After half a day they were about to reach the Hell Suppression Realm. The Hell Suppression Realm was not an independent realm outside the Evil God Realm. It was only a part of the Evil God Realm. A vast area shrouded in layers of black fog. Inside the black fog was the Hell Suppression Realm. There were large numbers of foreign race armies stationed in the Hell Suppression Realm. The two sides had been fighting for countless years. The foreign races had invested a large number of powerhouses here. Because the Hell Suppression Realm was also very strong. They would often send people out to ambush the foreign races. If the foreign races did not send strong people, they would definitely be killed and defeated by the people of the Hell Suppression Realm. Outside the Hell Suppression Realm, in the east, in the vast mountains, a group of people flashed in the mountains. This group of people had about 100 people and they were all humans. They were the humans from the Hell Suppression Realm. Among them there were 6 heavenly emperors. The rest were all great emperors. They came out this time to ambush the foreign races and hunt them down. This kind of thing had happened countless times over the years. They restrained their auras and were careful. Because when they hunted down the foreign races, they might also be hunted down by the foreign races. Passing through the vast mountains, a military camp appeared in front of them. Here there was an army of the foreign races stationed. Their goal today was to destroy this army. Kill? The leader was a burly man with the cultivation of a 3-star heavenly emperor. He was the commander of this group of people. Chapter 24:37. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They turned into a stream of light and rushed out, killing their way into the barracks. Suddenly, one attack after another, mercilessly slanted out, and a large number of foreign races were killed. Enemy attack. The roar spread throughout the barracks. Figures flew out of the barracks one after another. This was an army of 10,000 people, and the weakest was the Void Emperor realm. The strongest general was also a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. This army had a total of 2 Heavenly Emperors. Kill them. As soon as the 2 Heavenly Emperors appeared, the hell-suppressing realm human commander targeted them and charged towards them. Not good. Retreat. The foreign race Heavenly Emperors discovered that there were a total of 6 Heavenly Emperors in the hell-suppressing realm. Knowing that they were no match for them, they gave the order to retreat. One by one the foreign races rose into the air and retreated. At the same time, a bright light soared into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the firmament. This was a signal to summon the other foreign races to come and help. Kill. The hell-suppressing realm humans began a frenzied slaughter. They were all elites, a total of 6 Heavenly Emperors, and the others were all Great Emperors. They could be said to be the elites of the elites. One by one the foreign races were killed. In a moment they chased for 100,000 miles and killed thousands of foreign races. However, after chasing here they did not dare to chase anymore. If other foreign race powerhouses came to help, they would be in danger. Retreat. The hell-suppressing realm commander gave the order, and more than 100 people quickly retreated. However, before they retreated far, their expressions changed. Because behind them there were densely packed figures, all of them foreign races. There were at least tens of thousands of foreign races, and some of the foreign races in the lead had terrifying auras. There were a total of 10 Heavenly Emperors. Behind them there were a total of 10 foreign race Heavenly Emperors. The hell-suppressing realm humans had ugly expressions. Not good. We've been ambushed. Charge forward. The hell-suppressing realm commander shouted. However, just as his words fell, the foreign races in front of them who had just fled returned, and there were even more of them. Moreover, the number of Heavenly Emperors in the lead had increased from 2 to 6. Moreover, one of them had an extremely terrifying aura, far above the other Heavenly Emperors. This was a peerless powerhouse among the foreign races. This was a 4-star Heavenly Emperor. Hee hee, you want to ambush us? Don't think we don't know. We're waiting for you to fall. A foreign race Heavenly Emperor sneered. Everyone from the Purgatory realm looked hopeless. Apparently the outsiders had set a trap for them. Once they made a move they would be surrounded. There were 6 foreign race Heavenly Emperors in front, and one of them was even a 4-star Heavenly Emperor. Behind them were 10 foreign race Heavenly Emperors. While they only had 6 Heavenly Emperors, the disparity in strength was too great. They were not a match at all. Today it was very likely that none of them could leave. Kill them. Fight them to the death. That's right, let's fight it out with them. If we kill one we'll break even. If we kill 2 we'll earn. The eyes of the humans of the prison-suppressing realm were red, and they looked determined. Since he couldn't leave today he might as well fight to the death. Even if he were to die, he would at least make the other party lose a piece of his flesh. The peerless expert of the outsiders gave the order. Kill. The humans of the Purgatory realm also roared and charged at the outsiders. Both sides collided fiercely. Suddenly screams rose and fell. Some belonged to the outsiders and some belonged to the humans. However, although the humans of the Purgatory realm were all elites, there were too many foreign races. Moreover, there were more experts than them. As soon as they fought, they were completely at a disadvantage. People were constantly killed. Kill, kill. A burly man with a saber in his hand was a peak Great Emperor. He slashed his saber and killed a Great Emperor of a foreign race. However, a Heavenly Emperor of a foreign race chopped him in half with an axe, and he died there. Tragic, incomparably tragic. Soon, half of the 100+ humans of the Purgatory realm were killed. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. Rumble. At this moment in the distant sky, there was a violent roar. That was the void constantly exploding, and the roar was getting louder and louder, approaching at an extremely fast speed. Even those who were fighting on both sides stopped at the same time and looked over. Boom. The void exploded, and in the void not far away, there were suddenly more than 100 people. So many experts. Feeling the aura of more than 100 people, the foreign races were almost scared to death. The aura was too terrifying. With more than 100 auras gathered together, some of the weaker foreign races were directly pressed to the ground. Brother Wu Tai, it's Brother Wu Tai. The commander of the Purgatory realm shouted excitedly. These more than 100 people were naturally Lu Ming and the others. When they got close to the Purgatory Realm, they noticed a huge battle from afar. A battle here must be between the Purgatory Realm and the foreign races. Naturally, they rushed over immediately. "Wu, it's you guys." Wu Tai looked at the commander and then scanned the scene. When he saw the corpses of the Purgatory Realm humans, Wu Tai's eyes turned red. "Bastards of the foreign races, die, all of you must die." Wu Tai roared. "Kill them all." The others shouted and suddenly attacking the foreign races fiercely. More than 100 heavenly emperors attacked together with 30 great emperors. They were too strong and the foreign races were no match for them. In an instant, a few thousand foreign races were killed. Go quickly." The remaining foreign races cried out in horror. How could they still dare to resist? Each and every one of them fled in panic. More than 100 heavenly emperors, how to fight? Don't even think about leaving. Kill. Kill. Large swaths of foreign races were killed, their corpses falling to the ground. Even the foreign race heavenly emperors were also instantly blown up. Among Lu Ming and the others, there were also many 4-star heavenly emperors and above. Kill, haha, kill. The remaining 50 over people of the Purgatory Realm all roared in wild joy. Originally, they thought that they were dead for sure this time. They did not expect that a group of experts would suddenly appear halfway. Furthermore, the number of powerhouses was frighteningly large, completely crushing the foreign races. They launched a counterattack. Run. Those foreign race heavenly emperors were incomparably terrified and focused on escaping. But being surrounded by so many heavenly emperors, how could they possibly escape? Die for me. Wu Tai blocked the foreign race's 4-star heavenly emperor and charged forward. 6-star heavenly emperor. The other party was in despair. He did not understand why so many powerhouses suddenly appeared. He fought back desperately, but the gap between a 4-star heavenly emperor and a 6-star heavenly emperor was too great. In one move he was seriously injured by Wu Tai. In the second move he was directly killed. Qing Tsang did not make a move because there was no need. Lu Ming also did not make a move. Previously, opening the restriction light screen consumed a lot of his energy. Especially after being discovered by Duo Lu, he was injured when controlling the restriction light screen. In addition, along the way he had broken the armor of others. Now he needed to recover. Lu Ming took out a large number of top-grade raw stones, devoured the raw stone's origin energy and recovered. This was a one-sided battle without the slightest suspense. A large number of foreign races were harvested and killed. Chapter 24:38. Not long after, all the foreign races present were killed without a single one remaining. Tens of thousands of foreign races, a total of 16 heavenly emperors, all annihilated. Big brother Wu Tai, how did you escape? I heard that you were locked in the foreign race's eternal prison. Wu Lu flew over and looked at Wu Tai, extremely excited. Before Wu Tai was captured, he had a very good relationship with Wu Lu. Meeting now, he was naturally happy. It's a long story. It's all thanks to brother Lu Ming. Let me introduce you guys. Wu Tai pointed at Lu Ming and Qing Tsang and introduced them to Wu Lu and the rest. 9-headed golden lion. When Wu Lu and the rest knew Qing Tsang's identity, they were inevitably shocked. Alright, pack up first. Let's return to the hell-suppressing realm first, Wu Tai said. Following that, everyone put away the storage bracelets and various weapons left behind by the foreign races, then flew towards the hell-suppressing realm. The hell-suppressing world was like a black dome of light covering the ground of the evil god world. It was a world of its own, its territory vast and boundless. Very soon they were nearing the Purgatory realm. Lu Ming discovered that there was a light shield in front of them, blocking their way. The reason why the hell-suppressing realm could withstand the attacks of the foreign races was all because of this light barrier. It enveloped all directions and the foreign races could not break this light barrier at all. Arriving here, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Because he felt the hell-suppressing steel bloodline in his body constantly buzzing, emitting a scorching light. As if it was extremely excited. Buzz. In front, that light barrier also trembled a little. What's going on? Wu Tai, Wu Lu and the rest were greatly alarmed. The hell-suppressing realm's light barrier had remained motionless for eternity. Even if a peak heavenly emperor bombarded it, it would not tremble in the slightest. But why did it suddenly tremble just now? The people of the hell-suppressing realm looked at each other, some worry in their eyes. And Lu Ming was also secretly shocked in his heart. Could it be that the hell-suppressing realm is really related to the hell-suppressing steel? Otherwise, why would the hell-suppressing steel have an abnormality? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He felt as if the prison-suppressing steel was about to fly away. Lu Ming hurriedly suppressed and controlled the prison-suppressing steel, allowing it to hide within his body. The prison-suppressing steel was the key to suppressing the third bloodline. If the prison-suppressing steel flew away, who knew what would happen? At the very least, he could not let the prison-suppressing steel fly away for the time being. Lu Ming felt that the third bloodline was like a ticking time bomb. Wu Lu sent out a message. Not long after, the light barrier automatically opened a door. Lu Ming and the others walked into the light barrier. Walking into the light shield, Lu Ming felt that the strange movements of the prison-suppressing steel in his body had become stronger. When they all walked into the light barrier closed up again. Wu Lu, are you alright? Immediately, someone came over to greet them. Lu Ming glanced over. There were many people, all of them humans. Elder Lu, look who's back. Wu Lu laughed heartily as he walked forward, facing a white-haired old man. The old man's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Wu Tai Wang Chi, it's you guys. The old man saw Wu Tai and the others and cried out in surprise. This time, most of the people who escaped were humans from the prison-suppressing realm. There were not many from the heaven realm. When the humans of the prison-suppressing realm saw Wu Tai and the others return, they were naturally ecstatic. Elder Lu. Wu Tai and the others went up to greet them. You're all back. Good. Elder Lu was all smiles and so were the others. With so many people returning and all of them were heavenly emperor powerhouses, the strength of the prison-suppressing realm would increase by a notch. I heard that you guys were locked in the eternal prison. Since ancient times, no one has been able to escape from that place. How did you guys get out? Someone asked. The others also looked at Wu Tai and the others curiously. It's all thanks to brother Lu Ming. Wu Tai first introduced Lu Ming and the others, then briefly explained how they escaped. After Elder Lu and the others heard it, they were naturally secretly amazed. Lu Ming was able to break the restrictions of the eternal prison at such a young age, and even kill a heavenly emperor. They were shocked beyond words. It's good that you're back. Let's go, I'll inform the elders to celebrate for you guys. Elder Lu said and then spread the news. Following that, they flew towards the interior of the prison-suppressing realm. The prison-suppressing realm's area was very vast, no different from a world. They flew over a large area of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, Lu Ming's pupils shrank sharply, and he was incomparably shocked. Because after flying for a while, a stone tablet appeared in front of them. This stone tablet was incomparably huge, standing tall on the ground, towering between heaven and earth. No one knew how tall it was. It emitted endless light, and a pillar of light rushed out from the tablet, straight into the sky. On the tablet there were 3 large words. Prison-suppressing tablet. Prison-suppressing tablet. There was actually a prison-suppressing tablet here. And it didn't look illusory but solid. Could there be 2 prison-suppressing tablets or even more? At this moment, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Wang. At this moment, the prison-suppressing tablet in Lu Ming's body shook even more violently, especially the 3 large words, prison-suppressing tablet, shining brightly. In front, the huge prison-suppressing tablet also suddenly shook, and a terrifying wave spread between heaven and earth. What's going on? Everyone in the prison-suppressing realm's expression changed drastically. The prison-suppressing tablet suddenly shook, something that rarely happened. However, it wasn't over yet. The prison-suppressing tablet that stood between heaven and earth shook more and more violently, buzzing non-stop. Boom. Boom. Not only that, but there were also violent roars coming from other directions, and the entire world was shaking. All the prison-suppressing tablets are shaking. How is this possible? Elder Lu exclaimed in shock. The prison-suppressing tablets were the foundation of the prison-suppressing realm. The prison-suppressing tablets were the reason why the prison-suppressing world could not break in. The prison-suppressing tablets produced a light shield that isolated the outside world. If not for the light shield, the prison-suppressing realm would definitely not be a match for the foreign race's army and would definitely be destroyed. The prison-suppressing tablet had never trembled so violently before. What was going on? At this moment, the prison-suppressing tablet in Lu Ming's body shook more and more violently, and in the end, Lu Ming could no longer suppress it. Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling glow. Thereafter, the prison-suppressing steel emerged from his body and rapidly grew in size. It transformed into a gigantic steel that stood between heaven and earth, resonating with the prison-suppressing steel in front of him. This is the prison-suppressing master tablet. Elder Lu, Wu Tai, Wu Lu, and the others saw the prison-suppressing tablet in Lu Ming's body and shouted in disbelief. The prison-suppressing master tablet. Lu Ming's heart moved and his mind spun rapidly. At this moment he thought of many things. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment rays of light flew over from the distance, each of them an expert. There were old people, middle-aged people, men and women, and all of them had powerful auras. They were all Empyrean realm experts. The prison-suppressing master tablet. When they saw the prison-suppressing tablet above Lu Ming's head, they all exclaimed. Chapter 2439. In the Purgatory Suppression Realm, a group of powerful beings looked at Lu Ming in shock. They had sensed the abnormality here and rushed over to check it out. They did not expect to see such a scene. No, not only is there the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet, there is also the soul of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet. Aha, it is the blessing of the ancestors. The Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet and the soul of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet have returned. From now on, all 9 tablets will be gathered. The experts of the Purgatory Suppression Realm laughed as if they had gone mad. But at this time, there was a change in Lu Ming's body. The third bloodline let out a roar. In the blood sea, endless blood chi spread out. Lu Ming's body was covered by a layer of blood chi as if it was going to devour Lu Ming. Buzz. Above Lu Ming's head, the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet vibrated and emitted endless light. A powerful suppression force suppressed the third bloodline. Rumble. The third bloodline shook violently and burst out with shocking power to fight against the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet. The Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet buzzed and then shrank. It flew back into Lu Ming's body and hovered above the third bloodline, suppressing the third bloodline. The third bloodline was eventually suppressed by the powerful suppressive force. It slowly flew back to Lu Ming's spine and lay low. Lu Ming took the opportunity to control the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet bloodline and let it fly back to his spine. The huge Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet in front of him also quieted down and everything returned to normal. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Little brother, how did you get the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet and the soul of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet? Elder Lu looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze. Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet? Are there many Purgatory Suppression Tablets? Lu Ming did not answer. Instead he asked. There are a total of 9 Purgatory Suppression Tablets. 1 main tablet and 8 auxiliary tablets. They are the life treasures of the ancestors of the Purgatory Suppression Realm. However, in the ancient war, the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet was shattered and the soul of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet disappeared. 2 of the fragments of the Purgatory Suppression Tablet disappeared. Now, the Purgatory Suppression Realm only has 8 auxiliary tablets and 1 fragment of the Purgatory Suppression Master Tablet. Elder Lu explained patiently. I see. Lu Ming nodded. He did not expect there to be 9 prison-suppressing steels, 1 main steel and 8 auxiliary steels. The main monument had been shattered, and the 2 fragments that Lu Ming had obtained were the fragments of the main monument. No wonder the prison-suppressing steel reacted the moment Lu Ming arrived. Young man, how did you get it? You even managed to get the spirit of the main boulder. We thought that the spirit of the main boulder had vanished. Elder Lu continued asking. Senior, the soul of the main boulder you mentioned was automatically awakened in my body when I was cultivating. It's considered my bloodline. As for the 2 fragments, I obtained them by chance later on. Lu Ming explained. A bloodline awakened from the body? Elder Lu and the others were all stunned. They were extremely shocked. In my opinion, the spirit of the Purgatory Suppressing Boulder didn't dissipate, but was reborn in this young man's body. In the Prison Suppressing Realm, another white-haired old man spoke. This person was also an elder of the Prison Suppressing Realm, and his cultivation was unfathomable. That's right, haha, it's really the blessing of the ancestors. The other people of the Prison Suppressing Realm were all full of smiles. Young man, please come with us. Elder Lu's face revealed a gentle smile, and then flew towards the depths of the Prison Suppressing Realm. The other people of the Prison Suppressing Realm also followed. Lu Ming, Qing Tsang and the others also followed. Large mountains and lakes flashed under their feet, and after flying for an unknown distance, they had already arrived at the depths of the Prison Suppressing Realm. In front of them, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. At the peak of the mountain there was also a stone monument. However, this stone monument was only a fragment, and only a section stood on the peak of the mountain. Similar to the previous prison-suppressing monument, this broken monument also emitted a black ray of light into the sky. This is the other fragment of the prison-suppressing boulder. Combined with the 2 fragments in the young man's body, it is the complete prison-suppressing boulder. An elder of the prison-suppressing realm smiled gently. Lu Ming's eyes were also shining. Along the way he had never given up looking for the other fragments of the prison-suppressing boulder, but after searching for so many years he had not found any clues. He did not expect that the last fragment would be here. Lu Ming felt that the prison-suppressing boulder in his body was constantly vibrating, as if it was about to break through the sky and leave. "Young man Lu Ming, we have a presumptuous request." Elder Lu looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart moved and said, "Senior, please speak." The prison-suppressing 9 monuments are the life treasures of the ancestors of the prison-suppressing realm. In the ancient war, the ancestors fought with the enemy and fell, leaving only the prison-suppressing boulder to guard our lineage. However, the prison-suppressing 9 monuments are after all incomplete, and it is difficult to exert its full power. This old man represents the prison-suppressing realm, and would like to ask young man Lu Ming to return the prison-suppressing boulder to our lineage, and let the 9 monuments be combined. This way the prison-suppressing 9 monuments can be maximized. Elder Lu said. As expected. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. When Elder Lu said that he had a presumptuous request, he guessed that the other party would make this request. The others of the prison-suppressing realm also looked at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, please forgive this junior for not being able to agree to this condition." Not able to agree? Elder Lu's face changed slightly and said, "Young man Lu Ming, you saved Wu Tai and the others. Logically speaking, we should not make such a request of you, but the prison-suppressing boulder is too important to us. Please return it and our lineage will definitely compensate you accordingly. Young man, if you have any conditions, please state them." "Senior, that's not what I meant. It's really difficult to return it." Lu Ming shook his head. Elder Lu's face was a little ugly, and the others of the prison-suppressing realm were the same. "You brat, you don't know what's good for you." Elder Lu said that he will compensate you. "Moreover, the prison-suppressing boulder originally belonged to our lineage, you have to return it even if you don't want to." In the crowd, a burly man shouted. "What did you say?" "Shut up." Wu Tai shouted coldly, and his cold gaze swept over the man. Lu Ming was Wu Tai's savior, and this person threatened Lu Ming, so he was naturally unhappy. "What? The prison-suppressing realm wants to snatch it?" Qing Tsang said coldly, emitting a powerful aura that made people tremble. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand." Elder Lu smiled bitterly, and then looked at the burly man who spoke just now and said, "Young man Lu Ming is an important guest of the prison-suppressing realm. Watch your words." "Yes, Elder." The burly man's face was a little pale, and he nodded repeatedly, not daring to say more. However, most of the people of the prison-suppressing realm still looked at Lu Ming with longing. Obviously, the prison-suppressing boulder was indeed very important to them. "Senior, it's not that I'm stingy and unwilling to return the prison-suppressing boulder, but I have my own difficulties." Lu Ming sighed. Chapter 2440. Difficulties? Little brother, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell us. The hell-suppressing bloodline will do our best to help. Elder Lu said. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Seniors, do you know Saint Ancestor Sha Xen?" "What? Saint Ancestor Sha Xen?" Elder Lu exclaimed, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. How can the hell-suppressing bloodline not know Saint Ancestor Sha Xen? The others from the hell-suppressing bloodline also revealed cold killing intent, as if they had an irreconcilable grudge. "Little brother, is this related to Saint Ancestor Sha Xen?" Elder Lu asked. "In my body, other than the bloodline of the hell-suppressing steel, another bloodline has awakened. It might be related to Saint Ancestor Sha Xen." With that, Lu Ming's heart moved and the third bloodline flew out, exuding cold killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the people of the hell-suppressing bloodline, soaring into the sky like smoke signals. What amazing strength! Lu Ming was shocked. There were too many experts among the people of the hell-suppressing bloodline, and Lu Ming even felt a few auras that were not weaker than Qingtsong. The aura of a peak heavenly emperor. It was terrifying, and this might only be a part of the hell-suppressing bloodline's strength. It was no wonder that the hell-suppressing bloodline could fight with the foreign races for so many years and hold back a portion of their military forces. Saint Ancestor Sha Xen. It's really Saint Ancestor Sha Xen, he's not dead yet. The people of the hell-suppressing bloodline exclaimed, not hiding their cold-killing intent. Lu Ming's heart moved and the third bloodline flew back into Lu Ming's body. Elder Lu was deeply shocked and he took a deep breath to calm down. "I understand now. I finally understand why the spirit of the hell-suppressing steel would awaken in your body," Elder Lu said in realization. "Senior, who is Saint Ancestor Sha Xen?" Lu Ming asked. Saint Ancestor Sha Xan is a terrifying expert, an unparalleled expert who massacred the world. As Lu Zhonglai spoke, he seemed to be lost in his memories. Fear flashed in his eyes. In ancient times, a great war broke out, and the outsiders invaded the heaven world. The ancestors of the hell-suppressing bloodline were also humans, so of course they opposed the invasion. That time a great war broke out. Legend has it that there are only a few peerless experts in the world. They are divided into two factions and they are fighting each other. The ancestor of the hell-suppressing tribe is on the side of the heaven realm, the human race, while the sacred ancestor Killer Heart is on the side of the non-human race. During the Primordial era, the great ancestor fought against sacred ancestor Sha Xan. The battle was so intense that even the hell-suppressing main boulder was shattered. In the end, the great ancestor and sacred ancestor Sha Xan perished together. It seems like sacred ancestor Sha Xan is not completely dead yet. His bloodline has been reborn in your body, and there's a chance for him to awaken again. However, it's obvious that the great ancestor Sha Xan had a trick up his sleeve, allowing the soul of the hell-suppressing sacred ancestor Sha Xan's bloodline to be reborn in your body. Elder Lu explained. That's right, that should be the case. The others of the hell-suppressing realm nodded in agreement. I see. Lu Ming came to a realization. He had always felt that his two bloodlines were extremely mysterious, as he had no idea where they came from, but he finally understood now. It was a battle between two peerless experts that had lasted for hundreds of millions of years. The only difference was that the battle had taken place in his body. Lu Ming's back was covered in cold sweat. In other words, he was constantly in danger. If it weren't for the hell-suppressing boulder, he would have been devoured by the third bloodline long ago. Meanwhile, Lu Ming also thought of another problem. When he was trying to rank up to the martial dominator realm, he would need to merge a bloodline with his body to transform it into a spiritual flesh. Luckily, he had chosen the Nine Dragons bloodline. If he had chosen the hell-suppressing boulder or the third bloodline, he would not have succeeded. Seniors, that's why I can't return the hell-suppressing boulder now. If I do, I'm afraid sacred ancestor Sha Xan will be resurrected. Lu Ming said with a wry smile. Sigh. Elder Lu let out a sigh and said, if that's the case, there's no need to return the hell-suppressing boulder. We can't let sacred ancestor Sha Xan be resurrected. Otherwise, not only the hell-suppressing realm would be destroyed, even the heaven realm would be destroyed. The others of the hell-suppressing realm nodded. They knew what was important and what was urgent. Either way, the hell-suppressing boulder was still able to resist the attacks of the foreign tribes. There was no rush. That being said, keeping sacred ancestor Sha Xan's bloodline would be a great disaster. We should find a way to destroy it. Elder Lu said. Senior, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Even though he could rely on the power of the third bloodline to improve his strength, allowing him to turn the tables in the nick of time, it was a ticking time bomb. If he could get rid of it, Lu Ming would rather not have that kind of power. Sacred ancestor Sha Xan is a supreme expert who has surpassed the heavenly emperors. In the ancient times, such an expert was known as the Ancestor Emperor. He is an existence who has stepped into a whole new level. He is so powerful that the heavenly emperors are no match for him. Even if it's just a trace of his bloodline, I'm afraid a heavenly emperor would not be able to destroy him. The only way is to get someone who is at the same level as sacred ancestor Sha Xan. Elder Lu said. Someone who is at the same level as sacred ancestor Sha Xan? Lu Ming smiled wryly. Where could he find such an existence? Senior ancestral dragon of the heaven realm is a supreme expert. If you can return to the heaven realm, there will be a way. Qing Tsang said. Ancestral dragon? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Everyone, you should stay here for now. We'll think of a way in the future. Elder Lu said with a smile. Immediately, everyone left and came to an ancient city in the depths of the hell-suppressing realm. Elder Lu arranged a place for them to stay. Lu Ming stayed here and cultivated in peace. The evil god tribe had 10 royal clans. They were the clans whose bloodlines were the closest to the sacred ancestor. Each of them was high and mighty, dominating a region. However, among the 10 royal clans there were strong and weak ones. Among them, the strongest royal clan was called the First Royal Clan. For example, the first prince, who was ranked first on the longevity list, was the prince of the First Royal Clan. In the main hall of the First Royal Clan's palace, they were discussing something. At the top of the hall sat the king of the First Royal Clan. On the two sides of the hall sat the kings of the other 9 royal clans. The kings of the 10 royal clans had gathered. Everyone, that Lu Ming has escaped into the hell-suppressing realm. What should we do now? One of the kings of the other race asked. That duel is really a piece of trash. He was ordered to guard the eternal cage, but he actually escaped. I can't wait to kill him with a slap. Another king of the other race said coldly. Now is not the time to blame anyone but how to solve it. That Lu Ming has the bloodline of sacred ancestor Sha Xan in his body. We must capture him and awaken sacred ancestor Sha Xan. This is related to our clan's plan. At the top, the king of the first royal clan said. Chapter 24:41. Everyone fell silent as they frowned, trying to come up with a solution. The Purgatory realm is protected by the Purgatory Suppression Formation. That is a treasure left behind by the Purgatory Suppression ancestor. With our strength it will be difficult to break it. A king of the other tribes sighed. The other kings nodded. If they could break it they would have done so long ago. There was no need for them to wait until now. The hall fell into silence once again. The matter of Saint Ancestor Sha Xan is of great importance. We cannot be careless. I have decided to invite the Saint Ancestor. After a while the king of the other tribes spoke. Invite the Saint Ancestor. The hearts of the other emperors shuddered. The Saint Ancestor of the other tribes had been severely injured in the battle and had been in a deep slumber to recover. If it was not an emergency they would not disturb the Saint Ancestor. However, they had no choice now. The Saint Ancestor Sha Xan was too important. Since the ancient times, this world had not been able to give birth to a supreme expert. There were only so many supreme experts. Each of them could determine the direction of the battle. Once the Saint Ancestor Sha Xan was resurrected and returned to his peak, it would be easy for him to destroy the Purgatory realm and the Heaven realm. This matter was worth disturbing the Saint Ancestor of the other tribes. All right, I agree. A king of the other tribes nodded. I agree too. I agree. The other kings nodded and came to an agreement. They immediately set off. The other tribes, Saint Mountain. The void trembled as 10 kings appeared in the air. The moment the 10 kings appeared, they were noticed. Oh my God, what did I just see? 10 kings together? What are the 10 kings doing at the sacred mountain? Many of the other tribes discussed in shock. The 10 kings stepped out and headed straight for the top of the mountain. The 10 kings did not have to climb step by step like the other tribes. They had the right to reach the top. Many of the other tribes were alarmed and came out of seclusion to observe the development of the matter. The 10 kings had arrived at the top of the Saint Mountain. This meant that something big was going to happen. There was a cave at the top of the Saint Mountain. There was a stone door at the entrance of the cave that was tightly shut. This was the place where the Saint Ancestor was sleeping. The stone door was engraved with dense runes. The eyes of the 10 kings were filled with sincerity and reverence as they knelt down at the same time and kowtowed. As they kowtowed, their bodies shone and turned into 10 pillars of light that shot into the stone gate. In an instant, the stone door emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire holy mountain. Kacha. Suddenly, the stone door made a sound and slowly opened. Behind the stone door, an aura spread out. This aura was indescribable. It was majestic and heavy, transcending everything and suppressing everything. It was unimaginably powerful. Under this aura, even the heavenly Tao became extremely docile. This was the aura of a supreme expert. The divine ancestor is awake. All of the outsiders on Sage Mountain were shaken to the core, and then expressions of reverence appeared on their faces. Regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, they all dropped to their knees and kowtowed. After countless years, the sacred ancestor had finally awakened. This caused countless outsiders to be extremely excited. Welcome, divine ancestor. At the peak of the Saint Mountain, the 10 non-human kings bowed respectfully. Why have you woken me up? A dignified and ancient voice resounded throughout the sacred mountain. This caused many of the outsiders to tremble in excitement. They never thought that they would be able to hear the voice of the divine ancestor in their lifetime. They were so lucky. Divine ancestor, the bloodline of divine ancestor Sha Xan has awakened in a human youth. The king of the first royal tribe replied respectfully. Sha Xan? Seems like his plan worked. Where is he now? The majestic voice sounded again. Divine ancestor, there's been an accident. That youth has the bloodline of divine ancestor Sha Xan and the prison-suppressing steel. Furthermore, that youth has escaped into the prison-suppressing world. The prison-suppressing world is a territory formed by the prison-suppressing steel left behind by the prison-suppressing old ancestor. The king of the first royal tribe reported truthfully. So it's the prison-suppressing old ancestor. What a good plan. I understand now. In 3 months, I will personally make a trip to the prison-suppressing world. Before that, Gather as many experts as you can and set up the 10-directional ceiling formation outside the prison-suppressing world. Here's a formation disk, take it. The majestic voice sounded. Then a ray of light flew out from the cave. The king of the first royal tribe reached out and caught it. It turned out to be a formation disk with strange patterns on it. Thank you, divine ancestor. The 10 kings of the outsiders were overjoyed. They bowed respectfully and retreated. The door of the cave closed once again. That incomparably terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. Those who are great emperors and above, come out of seclusion and follow us to the prison-suppressing world. The 10 royal tribes stood in the sky. The king of the first royal tribe's voice echoed throughout the entire Saint Mountain. Yes. Yes, sir. On the Saint Mountain, countless voices sounded. Then figures flew out from all over the Saint Mountain. The number was shocking. In the sky there was a black mass. All of them were great emperors and above. Go and wait outside the prison-suppressing world. We will lead the army and be there soon. The king of the first royal tribe ordered. Yes, sir. Countless experts obeyed the order. Then they turned into a black mass and flew towards the prison-suppressing world. The 10 royal tribes' kings returned to their respective royal cities. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the royal cities of the 10 royal tribes and flew towards the prison-suppressing world. In an instant, countless experts of the outsiders gathered outside the prison-suppressing world. The prison-suppressing world was naturally alarmed and called for an emergency meeting. The outsiders are invading on a large scale. They have mobilized countless experts. Looking at the formation, the 10 royal tribes of the outsiders have all moved. It seems like they are after the bloodline of the divine ancestor Sha'axen. We must not give the bloodline of the divine ancestor Sha'axen to them. That's right. We have the prison-suppressing formation. They will not be able to break through. The upper echelons of the prison-suppressing world discussed and unanimously decided to resist until the end. Without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. They naturally understood this logic. Once the bloodline of the divine ancestor Sha'axen was handed over, the prison-suppressing world would be the first to be destroyed when the divine ancestor Sha'axen recovered. Countless experts of the prison-suppressing world were also on the move. They were ready to fight at any time. However, the outsiders did not attack. Instead, they began to set up a formation outside. This made the people of the prison-suppressing world puzzled. Were they going to attack with a formation? But for now they could only wait. Is it coming? Lu Ming whispered. He also came to the periphery of the prison-suppressing world to observe the situation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, a terrifying aura suddenly came from outside the prison-suppressing world. This aura was indescribable. It was too terrifying. The moment it appeared, the heavens and earth fell silent. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth, the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao had all stopped moving. Only this aura was supreme. Even through the prison-suppressing formation one could clearly feel it. Chapter 2442. This aura, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as his pupils constricted. He had felt this aura before. It was on the Void Sacred Island. The statue on the Void Sacred Island exuded the same aura. It was supreme and oppressive. That was the aura of someone of the same level. It was the aura of a supreme expert. Due to the great prison-suppressing array, there was a layer of black fog outside the Purgatory realm. It was impossible to see through the Purgatory realm from the outside, and the outside could not be seen from the Purgatory realm either. But now, under the suppression of the aura, the black fog outside the Purgatory realm dissipated completely. One could see that there was a light screen between heaven and earth, covering all directions. That was the light screen formed by the great prison-suppressing array. Outside the light screen, countless other races stood in the air or on the ground. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. Suddenly, the space outside cracked open and a figure stepped out from the crack. However, the figure was shrouded in a layer of black light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But the supreme aura emanated from this figure. As soon as he appeared, the aura became even more terrifying. It was as if he was heaven and earth and he was everything. Even the heavenly Tao had to kneel at his feet. Greetings, divine ancestor. All the other races bowed respectfully. Divine ancestor? Everyone in the Purgatory realm trembled. Divine ancestor, the other race's divine ancestor has awakened. In the Purgatory realm, a white-haired elder said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fear. This was an extremely powerful existence, but when he saw the figure he was filled with fear. He was not the only one. Many of the Purgatory Realm's elites were the same. The other race's divine ancestor was a supreme expert, on the same level as the Purgatory Realm's forefather. That kind of person was too powerful. He had surpassed the Heavenly Tao and the Heavenly Emperor Realm. He had reached a completely different level of existence. A Heavenly Emperor Realm existence could not withstand a single blow from him. Now, the other race's divine ancestor had awakened and descended in person. The Purgatory Realm shall be destroyed. The other race's divine ancestor said coldly, filled with supreme pressure. Boom. The outsider's sacred patriarch took a step forward, causing the sky to tremble as an enormous foot appeared, which then stomped down toward the hell-crushing world. It was so huge that it covered the entire sky. It was even bigger than the entire hell-suppressing realm. From afar, Zhang Xian could see that there was a semicircle of light surrounding the Purgatory Suppression Realm. An incomparably huge foot, even bigger than the light barrier, stomped heavily on the light barrier. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion was heard. The entire prison suppression realm shook violently, and countless buildings collapsed. The light shield formed by the prison-suppressing steel was also vibrating violently, emitting layers of ripples. However, he managed to block it in the end. The kick did not manage to break the prison-suppressing grand formation. The prison-suppressing grand formation stabilized. Haha, he blocked it. He can't break it. The people of the hell-suppressing realm were first shocked, then overjoyed. The prison-suppressing formation formed by the prison-suppressing steels blocked the attack of the foreign sacred ancestor. Let's see how many moves this stupid formation can block. The outsider ancestor coldly spoke. A beam of destructive light shot out from his forehead, transforming into 9 gigantic swords that slashed down towards the hell-suppressing grand formation. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions sounded continuously. The entire hell-suppressing realm was like a small boat in the ocean, swaying with the waves. It seemed like it would be destroyed at any moment. The 8 prison-suppressing steels around the hell-suppressing realm trembled, emitting boundless light. The main steel fragment at the center of the hell-suppressing realm also emitted boundless light, strengthening the prison-suppressing formation. However, the foreign sacred ancestor's attack was too strong. The terrifying vibrations caused many of the weaker cultivators to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Boom, boom. The mountains began to tremble violently, causing them to explode. Debris flew everywhere and dust filled the air. Not good. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for long. The foreign sacred ancestor was also heavily injured back then. After so many years, he still hasn't recovered to his peak. Otherwise, the prison-suppressing formation wouldn't be able to hold on. If the prison-suppressing steels gather, we might be able to hold on. Voices rang out one after another. Many cultivators of the hell-suppressing realm were extremely anxious. After all, the foreign sacred ancestor was a supreme expert on the same level as the hell-suppressing ancestor. Although the foreign sacred ancestor was injured back then and had lost his peak strength, the prison-suppressing formation was formed by the treasures left behind by the hell-suppressing ancestor. He wasn't the one controlling it, so it was naturally weaker. Moreover, it was just a broken formation. How could it possibly withstand the attack of the foreign sacred ancestor? It would be broken sooner or later. Now they were caught in a dilemma. If they let Lu Ming return the prison-suppressing steel, the prison-suppressing formation's power would definitely increase. However, if they did that, sacred ancestor Sha Xian would be revived. If they didn't return the prison-suppressing steel, they would be unable to hold on and would die. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed deeply. He was also considering if he should control the prison-suppressing steel and let it gather to increase the power of the prison-suppressing formation. However, if he did that, without the prison-suppressing steel, the third bloodline would definitely take the opportunity to devour Lu Ming's consciousness. The situation was extremely dangerous. What should we do? Everyone was extremely anxious. Suddenly, a dragon's roar could be heard. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth as a supreme aura filled the place. Whoosh. Far away, the void vibrated violently before it cracked open. A dragon's claw suddenly reached out from the void. The dragon's claw was so huge that it seemed boundless. It grabbed at the countless foreign races and trapped them within it. At this moment, the foreign races, including the kings of the 10 great king tribes, were extremely terrified. They felt like they were going to be turned into ashes by this claw. It's you worm. The foreign race's sacred ancestor roared furiously. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic palm slammed out and collided with the dragon's claw. Boom. A terrifying explosion occurred. The sky within a radius of a few million miles exploded, causing countless cracks to appear in the space. The same thing happened to the ground below. Explosions occurred continuously as lava shot up into the sky. Terrifying. This was way too terrifying. Just a single move was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. If it weren't for the protection of the foreign race's sacred ancestor, many of them would have died. The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the space exploded. A gigantic true dragon appeared in the sky. This true dragon was so huge that it was at least 1,000,000 miles long. As it circled the sky, it covered the sun. Countless people were dumbfounded. Ancestral dragon. It's senior ancestral dragon. Ching Tsang exclaimed in surprise. It's senior ancestral dragon. Senior ancestral dragon is here. We're saved. The experts of the prison-suppressing world laughed maniacally. They were extremely excited. Chapter 2443. The ancestral dragon was millions of miles long. It was too majestic. His body circled in the air, and his dragon head had already extended to the depths of the sky. When his dragon eyes opened, it was as if there were two suns in the sky. Ancestral dragon. Lu Ming whispered. His eyes were filled with excitement. The ancestral dragon was said to be a supreme expert in the heaven world. Even the Dandan was full of respect when he mentioned the ancestral dragon. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood and refined it in his body to increase the strength of his physical body. Now, the ancestral dragon was obviously the real body. The ancestral dragon let out a dragon roar again. His powerful aura made the faces of countless foreign races pale. In front of a supreme expert, ordinary heavenly emperors could not even withstand a single blow. Worm, you haven't recovered from your injuries. Do you think you're a match for me? The divine ancestor said coldly. Although his body could not be compared to the ancestral dragon, his aura was not weak at all. It's just a fight to the death. The ancestral dragon spoke. His voice was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When the sky opens, none of you will survive. All of you will die. The divine ancestor said coldly. We can only fight. This was the ancestral dragon's reply. Boom. Then the ancestral dragon stretched out a dragon claw and attacked the divine ancestor. The body of the divine ancestor of the foreign race emitted endless light. In the light, his body expanded rapidly, becoming millions of miles long. He stood tall and was no smaller than the ancestral dragon. The divine ancestor threw out a palm and collided with the ancestral dragon. Heaven and earth exploded, and it was a scene of destruction. Set up the Great Seal Array. The divine ancestor's voice was heard. Set up the array. The king of the first royal race roared. A disc array appeared in his hand, emitting endless light. Countless foreign races flashed and formed strange seals with their hands. Runes spread out from their bodies. Countless foreign races spread out countless runes, and with the king of the first royal race as the core, they formed a huge array. Countless runes began to condense, forming huge chains that wrapped around the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon roared and wanted to retreat, but he was entangled by the divine ancestor. As the two of them fought fiercely, countless chains covered the entire area and trapped the ancestral Gragon within. The ancestral dragon roared, causing the void to collapse. He struggled with all his might trying to break free. However, the Great Seal of the 10 Directions was set up by the joint efforts of countless foreign tribes. It was unknown how many Heavenly Emperor Realm and Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses there were. The might of the Great Array laid down by so many experts was simply too shocking. Even someone as strong as the ancestral dragon couldn't break free for a while. Amoku, do you think you can do anything to me with this formation? Ancestral dragon roared. Amoku was the name of the alien race's sacred ancestor. I can't do anything to you. It's enough to trap you for an hour. After an hour, you won't be able to turn the tables. The foreign race's divine ancestor said coldly. Then he turned around and walked towards the prison suppression world. Boom. The outsider's sacred ancestor didn't waste any time. He attacked directly, sending an enormous palm smashing toward the hell-crushing realm. At the same time, destructive light shot out from his forehead, transforming into 9 swords that slashed toward the hell-crushing realm. Boom. 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 The light barrier of the hell-crushing realm shook violently again. The sacred ancestor continued to attack, causing the light barrier of the hell-crushing realm to ripple. The entire hell-crushing realm was shaking even more violently than before. It was obvious that the sacred ancestor didn't go all out earlier, as he knew that the ancestral dragon would come. Now that the ancestral dragon was trapped by the Great Seal of the 10 Directions, the sacred ancestor was going all out. The earth of the hell-crushing realm shook violently. Mountains collapsed, rivers stopped flowing, and the ground caved in. It was a scene of doomsday. What should we do? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. Senior Ancestral Dragon is trapped. You will need an hour to break free. Based on the current situation, the hell-crushing realm won't be able to hold on for an hour. Some of the powerhouses of the hell-crushing realm were extremely anxious. When the Ancestral Dragon appeared, they thought that they were saved. They didn't expect the alien race's sacred ancestor to have predicted this and set up a formation to stop the Ancestral Dragon. Once the formation was broken, they would all die. What should we do? Everyone was extremely anxious. Many of them looked at Lu Ming. Now only Lu Ming could turn the tide. If the fragments of the hell-crushing steel in his body and the soul of the main hell-crushing steel and the secondary hell-crushing steel combine, the power of the hell-crushing realm will definitely increase greatly. But what about Sacred Ancestor Sha Xn? If we kill him before Sacred Ancestor Sha Xn devours him, won't Sacred Ancestor Sha Xn die too? Someone whispered and looked at Lu Ming with evil intentions. What did you say? Do you want to die? Wu Tai shouted coldly. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes flashed coldly as he stared at those who spoke. Qing Tsang also moved and appeared beside Lu Ming. If anyone dared to have any ideas about Lu Ming, he would attack violently. Not only the two of them, but those who were rescued by Lu Ming from the eternal prison also stood beside Lu Ming, emitting a cold aura. Their attitude said it all. The faces of those who spoke just now turned pale. Shut up, all of you. Lu Ming is the savior of the hell-crushing realm. Do you understand? Elder Lu shouted coldly and then looked at Lu Ming with an apologetic expression. Lu Ming smiled and was not angry. At such a critical moment, it was normal for some people to have such thoughts. If sacrificing Lu Ming could save everyone, many people would have such thoughts. The world shook more and more violently. The attacks of the foreign tribe's sacred ancestor were getting more and more violent. He became 1,000,000 miles tall and stood between heaven and earth like a supreme deity. He attacked the hell-crushing realm as if he wanted to destroy the world. A few minutes later, boom, boom, the hell-crushing realm shook violently. The light shield formed by the hell-crushing realm kept changing shape. If this continued, it would collapse at any time. It had only been a few minutes. It could not hold for an hour. Crack. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making everyone's heart beat wildly. This was because a crack had appeared on the hell-crushing realm. Everyone, let's attack together. Set up the array and resist together. Elder Lu roared and took the lead to charge forward. Attack. Let's fight to the death. Fight. Countless people in the hell-crushing realm shouted and rushed forward like locusts. They started to set up an array in a huge open space. There were countless elites in the hell-crushing realm, from the peak invincible realm to the ethereal the arch realm. So many people set up a large array. Their auras merged and then they attacked together. Boom. They threw out a palm at the same time, and a huge stone tablet flew out. It passed through the light shield and blasted toward the sacred ancestor. A bunch of ants. You overestimate yourselves. Chapter 2444. The foreign race's divine ancestor slammed his palm on the stone steel. The stone steel formed by all the experts of the hell-suppressing realm shook violently before exploding. The weaker experts of the hell-suppressing realm, such as the Void Emperors, trembled violently and spat out blood. Continue. Elder Lu and the other elders yelled and attacked again. Endless light flashed as they formed another giant stone steel and flew out. Attacking from the inside, the hell-suppressing Grand Array's light shield wouldn't stop it at all. A bunch of ants die. The foreign race's divine ancestor roared as a destructive light shot out from his forehead and hit the stone steel. The stone steel instantly exploded. This time, many Void Emperors of the hell-suppressing realm were thrown back as if they had been hit by a mountain. They spat out blood and were severely injured, unable to continue fighting. Even some of the true emperors had blood flowing out of their mouths. I'll go with you. Qing Tsang rushed out and gathered in the Grand Array. He turned into a giant 9-headed golden lion and attacked together with the Grand Array. Whoosh, whoosh. Then Wu Tai and the others also rushed out and joined the Grand Array. Kill. Countless experts shouted and threw out another stone steel. Boom, boom, boom. The experts of the hell-suppressing realm set up a Grand Array and worked together with the hell-suppressing Grand Array to block the foreign race's divine ancestor. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen blows. However, the people of the hell-suppressing realm were completely at a disadvantage. The reason the foreign race's Grand Array was able to block the ancestral dragon was because they had been inscribing the Grand Array a few months in advance. The Grand Array was extremely perfect. In addition, they had more experts than the hell-suppressing realm. Moreover, they had the array disc given to them by the foreign race's divine ancestor. That was why they were able to block the ancestral dragon. On the other hand, the people of the hell-suppressing realm had hurriedly set up the Grand Array and had far fewer experts than the foreign race. Naturally, they couldn't fight against the foreign race's divine ancestor. Bam! Bam! The experts of the hell-suppressing realm were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and lost the ability to continue fighting. In the end, even the great emperors and heavenly emperors trembled violently and turned pale. This was especially true for some of the strongest experts such as Qing Tsang and Elder Lu. They were the core of the Grand Formation, so the backlash they received was much greater. Their bodies trembled slightly and blood flowed out of their mouths. Block it. The old bodies of Lu Zhonglai and the others were trembling, but their wills were firm and they refused to retreat. That's the only way. Behind him, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and let out a long sigh. At this point, there was no other way. There was only one way, and that was to combine the prison-suppressing monuments. With the prison-suppressing steels combined, the power of the prison-suppressing Grand Formation was greatly enhanced. Only then could it withstand the attacks of the sacred ancestors. As for Saint Ancestor Xiaoxan, he could only take it one step at a time. Lu Ming wouldn't have allowed himself to be devoured by Saint Ancestor Xiaoxan. Prison-suppressing steel, go. Lu Ming growled. His body glowed and the prison-suppressing steel appeared. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel appeared, it began to vibrate violently. It expanded rapidly and emitted a boundless radiance. Buzz. In the hell-suppressing realm, the fragment and the 8 secondary steels shook violently, as if they were very excited. Oh no, Lu Ming, don't be rash. Qing Tsang roared. Think thrice. Wu Tai and the others also roared. If Saint Ancestor Xiaoxan was reborn, the consequences would be even more severe. However, Lu Ming's eyes were firm and he was unmoved. Go. Lu Ming roared. With a wave of his hand, the prison-suppressing steel flew into the depths of the hell-suppressing realm at lightning speed. Then, Lu Ming completely cut off his connection with the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel sped up and entered the void. In an instant, it arrived at the fragment of the hell-suppressing realm. When the two of them were close, the fragment of the hell-suppressing realm flew out from the mountain peak and towards Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel. The two of them collided and fused together. All the fragments of the prison-suppressing main steel fused together to form a complete prison-suppressing steel. Moreover, it had the spirit of the main steel. At this moment, the prison-suppressing main steel expanded again. It was as tall as the sky and it emitted a shocking wave of energy. The other 8 secondary steels began to vibrate violently as well. All the light gathered and formed the prison-suppressing Grand Formation. In an instant, the power of the prison-suppressing Grand Formation increased tremendously. The cracks that had appeared previously disappeared. Boom. The attack of the foreign race's divine ancestor landed on the prison-suppressing Grand Formation. The prison-suppressing Grand Formation only produced a slight ripple, but it was not as big as before. The complete prison-suppressing Grand Formation would take the foreign race's divine ancestor a long time to break it even at his peak. If he wanted to break it now, it would take even longer. By then, the ancestral dragon would have escaped. However, the foreign race's divine ancestor stopped and laughed. Ah, how foolish. Without the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, let's see how you're going to resist the devouring of the murderous heart. At this moment, Lu Ming's body had indeed undergone a tremendous change. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel left, the third bloodline immediately turned upside down. Rumble. The sound of endless waves could be heard. The third bloodline seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. The sea of blood roiled as endless energy swept towards Lu Ming. Die, die, die. A loud roar filled with boundless murderous intent slammed into Lu Ming's divine sense. It was trying to devour Lu Ming's consciousness and completely take over Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red. So did his hair. Even his body grew many bone spikes. He looked extremely ferocious. Ah! The foreign race's divine ancestor burst out laughing. Lu Ming, hold on. Qing Tsang used the lion roar to help Lu Ming suppress the murderous intent, allowing Lu Ming to regain his consciousness. However, without the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, the third bloodline's power was simply too strong. Its murderous intent was even more terrifying. In an instant, Lu Ming's consciousness was almost completely devoured. Lu Ming finally realized how lucky he was in the past. It was only because of the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel that he was not devoured by the third bloodline. The third bloodline would only be able to take advantage of him when he actively borrowed the power of the third bloodline. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by the third bloodline long ago. As such, even though the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was very advanced, Lu Ming was unable to unleash its full power. It was mainly because the prison-suppressing steel was focused on suppressing the third bloodline. Devour, rebirth, kill. The sea of blood roiled and formed a giant face. It kept changing and shaking Lu Ming's consciousness. Ruler. Lu Ming suddenly roared and began to execute the Tao of the ruler. His body suddenly emitted a dazzling purple-golden light. In an instant, the power of the third bloodline was actually pushed back a little. Lu Ming's consciousness also became clearer. It's working. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Chapter 2445. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged and focused on channeling the Tao of domination. His body was covered in a purple-gold light. For a moment, the purple-gold and blood-red light on his body kept rolling. Domination. Domination of the world. Domination of everything. Get out of my way. Lu Ming hollered in his heart. The power of the path of domination protected his soul firmly in the center, making it impenetrable. Rumble. After being blocked, the third bloodline seemed to be enraged. Waves of blood surged into the sky, trying to drown Lu Ming. It kept attacking Lu Ming. Oh no, the power of the world is quickly depleting. Lu Ming's expression changed. Controlling the Tao of domination to resist the third bloodline was depleting his power of the world very quickly. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Wait, the Tao of domination can dominate the world. If I can dominate the entire world, I can naturally do the same with the energy of the world. Lu Ming's heart moved, and then he emptied his mind. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the world. It was as if he had become the ruler of the world. Whoosh whoosh. With a single thought, the infinite energy of heaven and earth was under Lu Ming's control. It helped him resist the erosion of the third bloodline. Instantly, the consumption of his power of the world was greatly reduced. It's working. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Tao of domination was indeed magical. He had a feeling that he had just comprehended the Tao of domination not long ago and was still weak. If he continued to improve in the future, the Tao of domination would become stronger as his cultivation continued to increase. At that time, he might really be able to dominate the entire world and borrow the power of the world. How powerful would that be? For example, if you controlled the power of the entire heaven realm to attack your enemy, how powerful would that be? It was unimaginable. Lu Ming completely blocked the third bloodline's invasion with the Tao of domination. No matter how much the third bloodline went crazy, it was useless. This power. How is it possible? How is it possible? How can anyone in this world control this kind of power? Outside the hell-suppressing realm, the alien race's divine ancestor's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. He knows this power of mine? Lu Ming's heart moved. As far as he knew, no one in history had ever controlled this kind of power. What did the outsider's sacred ancestor mean? This power. Ah, good. At this moment, Ancestral Gregon laughed heartily. However, his laughter was the complete opposite of that of the outsider's sacred ancestor. He blocked it. Qing Tsang, Wu Tai, Lu Zhonglai and the others were also overjoyed. If Lu Ming was able to resist the sacred ancestor Sha Xian's invasion, it would be a turn for the better. Damn it, I'm going to destroy you all. The outsider's sacred ancestor roared as a terrifying aura erupted from him. A gigantic battle axe appeared in his hand, which he swung down toward the hell-crushing Grand Formation. Boom. The prison-suppressing Grand Formation shook violently, and layers of ripples spread out. However, it managed to block the attack and the situation was much better than before. Break. The outsider's sacred ancestor attacked madly, his axe light shocking the heavens and destroying everything in its path. However, even though the hell-suppressing Grand Formation was shaking, it was still able to hold on firmly. From the looks of it, the foreign sacred ancestor wouldn't be able to breach it for the next few hours. Lu Ming, hang in there. You just need to hang in there for half an hour and I'll be able to break this formation. Ancestral Gregon's voice could be heard. His gigantic dragon body was wrapped in chains, and he struggled violently, causing the faces of the other outsiders to turn pale. Senior, don't worry. Half an hour won't be a problem. Lu Ming's voice could be heard. All right. Ancestral Gregon roared, unleashing a boundless dragon aura. The outsider's sacred ancestor roared as well, attacking the hell-suppressing grand formation madly. Both sides were trying to buy time. Whichever side took the initiative would win. If the outsider's sacred ancestor breached the hell-suppressing grand formation first, everyone would die and all their efforts would be in vain. If Lu Ming couldn't hold on and was devoured by the sacred ancestor Xiaxin, they would be finished as well. There was another possibility. If the ancestral Gregon breached the Great Ten-Directional Seal first, he would be able to enter the hell-suppressing grand formation and completely destroy the sacred ancestor Xiaxin. Although the sacred ancestor Xiaxin was an unparalleled expert on the same level as the ancestral Gregon, he was only left with a strand of his bloodline. He was no match for the ancestral Gregon and would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, whichever side took the initiative would be able to change the outcome of the battle. Of course, the outsider's sacred ancestor could also change his strategy to attack the ancestral Gregon. However, the ancestral Gregon was only held back by the Great Ten-Directional Seal and had not lost his battle strength. Even if the sacred ancestor attacked the ancestral Gregon, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Perhaps the shockwaves from their battle would cause the Great Ten-Directional Seal to crumble even faster. The sacred ancestor had thought that everything was under his control. However, he had never expected Lu Ming to be able to resist the sacred ancestor Xiaxin's invasion. Now, everything was out of his control. Time passed by slowly. Everyone was waiting for the result. Those from the hell-suppressing world were worried that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to hold on. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. Countless outsider experts trembled violently and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Bam, bam, bam. The runes on the ancestral Gregon's body continued to explode and dissipate into energy. In a few breaths, all the runes had exploded. Even the kings of the 10 royal tribes trembled violently and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The ancestral Gregon had broken free. Damn it! The sacred ancestor roared. He stopped attacking the Great Ten-Directional Seal and turned to attack the ancestral Gregon. However, the ancestral Gregon didn't want to fight him head-on. Instead, he shrunk his body to 12 meters long and dashed toward the Great Ten-Directional Seal like a bolt of lightning. As long as the ancestral Gregon entered the Great Ten-Directional Seal and destroyed the sacred ancestor Xiaxin's bloodline, they would have won. Don't even think about it. The sacred ancestor knew what the ancestral Gregon was planning. He shrunk his body and tried his best to stop the ancestral Gregon. However, their strength was on par. The ancestral Gregon didn't want to fight and was focused on the Great Ten-Directional Seal. The sacred ancestor couldn't stop him. Xiaxin, retreat. The sacred ancestor roared. Even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to stop the ancestral Gregon for long. Rumble. The sea of blood that surrounded Lu Ming shook violently. It seemed extremely indignant. In the end, all the sea of blood and blood aura shrunk into a drop of blood. It transformed into a blood-red lightning and flew out of the suppressing hell array. Lu Ming had completely lost his connection with the third bloodline. Whoosh. The drop of blood formed by the sacred ancestor Xiaxin's bloodline was extremely fast. In a flash, it rushed out of the Great Ten-Directional Seal. Whoosh, whoosh. The ancestral Gregon and the sacred ancestor pounced toward the drop of blood at an incredible speed. Chapter 2446. What a pity. Ancestral Gregon sighed. The bloodline of Saint Ancestor Xiaxin was in the hands of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. However, now that it was in the hands of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor, it was impossible to completely destroy Saint Ancestor Xiaxin. In a flash, Ancestral Gregon entered the Purgatory Suppression Formation. I'll spare you today. It won't be long before the Purgatory Suppression World and the Heaven World are destroyed. I'll definitely succeed in splitting open the heavens. All of you stubborn people will die. The cold voice of the foreign tribe's divine ancestor rang out as he ordered the foreign tribes to retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless outsiders soared into the sky and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sacred ancestor of the foreign tribe cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Then he took a step forward and disappeared from the world. The great battle ended just like that. Thank you for saving us, Ancestral Gregon. Greetings, Senior. Qing Tsang, Elder Lu, and the others flew over and bowed to the Ancestral Gregon. It was said that the Ancestral Gregon was the ancestor of all true dragons in the world. His seniority was too high as he had lived for countless years. No one knew how the Ancestral Dragon appeared, nor did they know how long the Ancestral Dragon had lived. At ease, the Ancestral Gregon turned into a burly old man in his human form. He waved his hand casually and appeared in front of Lu Ming in a flash. He looked at Lu Ming carefully. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to recover. Just now he had used up too much energy to resist the third bloodline. His autonomous realm energy was about to dry up. In the end he managed to hold on. External energy continued to pour into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's autonomous realm energy was quickly recovering. After a while, Lu Ming let out a long breath and stood up. The third bloodline has finally left. Lu Ming felt extremely relaxed. The third bloodline was like a ticking time bomb that threatened Lu Ming's safety. Although it could help Lu Ming at times, Lu Ming would rather not have it. Now that the third bloodline, which was the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Shiaxin, had left, Lu Ming felt relaxed. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. When he opened his eyes, Lu Ming saw the ancestral Gregon. Although the ancestral Gregon turned into a human, his aura remained the same. Lu Ming quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets ancestral Gregon. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. Ancestral Gregon laughed heartily. When he looked at Lu Ming, his face was full of smiles. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could control this kind of power. Ancestral Gregon sighed. Lu Ming was stunned. When the ancestral dragon mentioned the power of the master, it was obvious that he was referring to the power that Lu Ming controlled. Name? Lu Ming asked curiously. I know, but this power is too rare. Even there it's very rare. I'm not very clear about the specifics, Ancestral Gregon said. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, you have to cultivate well. If you continue, you might be able to break the limit and step into the supreme realm. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Then Ancestral Gregon looked at the hell-suppressing realm's Elder Lu and the others and said, staying in the Fiend God world for too long is not a good idea. Instead, it will give the foreign races an opportunity to take you down one by one. Why don't you come with me to the heavenly world? Senior, we also want to go to the heaven realm. But there are countless people in the prison suppression realm. We can't bring them over. Yes, although a peak heavenly emperor doesn't need a space tunnel and can directly tear space, cross the long void and enter other worlds, they can only move alone. They can't bring anyone with them. Even if there's a grotto heaven treasure, it will be crushed when crossing the long void. The elders of the prison suppression realm spoke one after another. To be able to go to the heaven realm and meet up with the powerhouses of the heaven realm, they were naturally willing to join forces. But even if a peak heavenly emperor could directly cross the long void and enter another world, they could not bring anyone with them. Even low-level emperor weapons could not be brought along. In the long void process they would be torn apart by the void storm. Even if they were placed in the sea of consciousness, it would be useless. Therefore, even if there was a grotto heaven treasure, it would be useless to put people inside. Similarly, cultivating a small world was also useless. It turns out that a peak heavenly emperor can directly cross the long void from one world to another. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He thought of when he was captured by Marojia. At that time, Marojia directly passed through the void and took him down. Marojia was a peak heavenly emperor. This I naturally understand. It couldn't in the past, but it doesn't mean it can't now. The ancestral Gregon smiled and explained, now the 9 prison suppression steels are gathered. As long as they are controlled, they can form a prison suppression space that can accommodate countless people. With the level of the prison suppression steels, even if they cross the long void they can still block it. Really, that's great. Haha. The people of the prison suppression realm were all ecstatic. Back then, I was an old friend of the prison suppression steels, and I also know some ways to control the prison suppression steels. Let's do it now, the ancestral Gregon said. After saying that, the ancestral Gregon's body emitted a powerful aura, and his hands quickly formed seals. Buzz. The 9 prison suppression steels began to vibrate, and then slowly floated in the air. The 9 prison suppression steels resonated with each other and gave birth to a space. That was the prison suppression space, and the grotto heaven treasure had the same meaning. Enter. The ancestral Gregon growled, and a powerful suction force was produced. The entire prison suppression realm, the endless population, all flew into the prison suppression space. Finally, Lu Ming, Qing Tsang, Elder Lu, and the others also entered the prison suppression space. The prison suppression space was also a world, vast and boundless, with endless mountains. We didn't notice it before. Elder Lu and the others were overjoyed and began to arrange people to let the endless population of the prison suppression realm live and reproduce here. As for the ancestral Gragon, he kept the 9 prison suppression steels and took a step forward. The space directly split open, and he traveled through the void towards the heaven boundary. After an unknown period of time, the ancestral Gragon's figure appeared in the prison suppression space. I'm already in the heaven boundary. The ancestral Gragon smiled. So fast. Everyone was overjoyed and at the same time shocked. The ancestral Gragon's strength was unfathomable. He had returned to the heaven boundary from the evil god boundary in such a short time. Follow me. The ancestral Gragon waved his hand, and Lu Ming, Qing Tsang, Lu Zhonglai and the others disappeared. In the next moment they appeared in the sky. Standing in the sky and looking around, they found that under their feet was an incomparably huge mountain. There were many buildings on the huge mountain. Around the huge mountain there were several huge cities. So many experts. Lu Ming was shocked to find that there were terrifying auras coming from the huge mountain. There were heavenly emperors and there were also great emperors. The number was shocking. Chapter 2447. Where is this place? Is this the foundation of the heavenly realm? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. In the past, when he was in Two World City, the number of masters he encountered could not be compared to the foreign races, or even the purgatory realm. Lu Ming had always been curious about how they could fight against the foreign races with such strength. Lu Ming also guessed whether the heavenly realm had hidden its strength. Now he realized that it was very likely that this was the hidden strength of the heavenly realm. This is where I live. It's an independent world, called the Lair of Zulong by the outside world. Ancestral Gragon explained. Lair of Zulong. Lu Ming remembered the name. At this moment, a rainbow light flew out from the mountain peak below and appeared in front of everyone in a flash. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure, wearing a scale armor, majestic and handsome. 5 elements, haha, long time no see. Seeing this middle-aged man, Qing Tsang laughed and greeted him. When the middle-aged man saw Qing Tsang, he stared and seemed a little surprised. Then he smiled and said, "So it's you, lion? After so many years I thought you had died long ago." "Bah, if your Qilin is not dead, how could I be dead?" Qing Tsang deliberately pulled a long face. He was very happy to see an acquaintance. 5 elements? Qilin, is it the 5 elements Qilin of the top 10 battle beasts? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Among the top 10 battle beasts, there was a 5 elements Qilin which was definitely powerful. Seeing that the other party was so familiar with Qing Tsang, it was most likely so. "Greetings, senior." 5 elements bowed to ancestral Gragon. 5 elements, you came at the right time. I've brought all the people from the purgatory realm. Go and arrange a place for them to live. Ancestral Gragon said and then waved his hand. 9 purgatory tablets flew out and flew to Elder Lu. Elder Lu reached out and caught them. "Okay, everyone please follow me." 5 elements waved his hand and flew in a direction. Elder Lu and the others followed. At the scene, only ancestral Gragon, Lu Ming, Qing Tsang, and a few people from the heavenly realm were left. "Senior, we will take our leave." "Senior ancestral Gragon, I also have to leave." Those people bade farewell to ancestral Gragon. They were people from the heaven realm and had been captured by the outsiders for countless years. They missed their family and friends here. Now that they met, they naturally wanted to see them as soon as possible. "Go ahead. There are teleportation portals in those cities. You can use them to leave," Ancestral Dragon said. Everyone saluted and then said to Lu Ming, "Brother Lu Ming, you have our teleportation token in your hand. If you need anything, feel free to send us a message." "All right." Lu Ming nodded. Then those people left one after another. Only Lu Ming and Qing Tsang remained. "Senior, I also have to take my leave." Lu Ming also wanted to leave. When he was captured by the outsiders, Dandan, Bubbles, and his other friends and family must have been very worried. After all, it had been more than 100 years. He couldn't wait to go back and see them. 100 years was an extremely long time for him. An ordinary person wouldn't have such a long lifespan. I wonder how his parents are doing? And how are the others? Lu Ming, don't be in a hurry to go back. Stay here for a few months. After a few months, I have something to tell you. Ancestral Gragon said. A few months? That's good. Lu Ming nodded. More than 100 years had passed. A few months didn't matter. During this time you can take a walk around the lair of Zulong. Ancestral Gragon said. Lu Ming, you can walk around here. I have to go. At this time Qing Tsang said. He then bade farewell to Lu Ming and Ancestral Gragon and left. Lu Ming and Ancestral Gragon landed in front of a palace in the giant mountain below. Ancestral Gragon gave Lu Ming a dragon-shaped token. With this token, Lu Ming could freely enter and leave the lair of Zulong. After that, ancestral Gragon entered a large hall, presumably to cultivate. Lu Ming, on the other hand, wandered around. This giant mountain was really huge. It stretched for millions of miles. There were caves, palaces, and so on everywhere. Lu Ming wandered around casually. In front of many caves and palaces, he could feel powerful auras. Many of them exuded the aura of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The Heavenly realm has been passed down from the desolate, archaic, and ancient antiquity. After countless years, the number of experts accumulated is astonishing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In addition to the experts of the prison suppression realm, only then would they have the capital to fight against the foreign tribes. Lu Ming was wandering around when suddenly, he heard a violent roar in front of him. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming was curious and strode forward. In front of him there was a huge palace. In front of the palace there was a square. Two figures were fighting fiercely in the square. Sword chi surged. True Emperor realm. From a distance, Lu Ming could feel that the cultivation of the two figures was in the true Emperor realm. On this mountain there were very few true emperors. Lu Ming guessed that they should be the disciples of some expert. That is, Lu Ming approached. When he saw the appearance of the two figures fighting, he couldn't help but be stunned. The two were acquaintances. Moreover, they were acquaintances that he hadn't seen for a long time. Xian Xiang and Xian Feng. Lu Ming was really dumbfounded. He didn't expect to meet Xian Xiang and Xian Feng here. Back then, when Lu Ming was still cultivating in the eastern Xian region, Xian Xiang and Xian Feng's families were exterminated by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Because of the ancient desolate city, they were stranded on a small island in the Heavenly realm. On that small island, Lu Ming was besieged by the evil god tribe. In the end, the Xian family ancestor woke up and killed the evil god tribe. He brought Lu Ming, Xian Xiang, and Xian Feng back to the Yuan realm. Later, the Xian family ancestor left with Xian Xiang and Xian Feng. After this departure, Lu Ming never saw them again. Later, Lu Ming sent people to search for them in the divine desolate continent. In the Yuan continent, he also sent people to inquire about them. There was never any news of Xian Xiang and the rest. He never expected to meet Xian Xiang and the rest here. It seems that the Xian family ancestor is definitely a terrifying existence. Lu Ming thought in his heart. His current knowledge was naturally different from the past. There were many things that he could infer. The Xian family ancestor was very likely seriously injured in the battle with the foreign tribes in the ancient times. He fell into the Yuan realm along with the ancient desolate city. He was an extremely powerful existence. From the way he met Dandan and his attitude towards Dandan, it could be seen. At this moment, Xian Xiang and Xian Feng also felt that someone was approaching. They couldn't help but stop and look over. When they saw Lu Ming, the two of them were subconsciously stunned. Then their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. They were dumbfounded. Lu Ming, the two of them were obviously very surprised. They didn't expect to meet Lu Ming here. Aha, Xian Xiang, Xian Feng, long time no see. How have you been? Lu Ming had already come to his senses. He laughed loudly and flew over. Big brother Lu Ming, it's really you? Xian Xiang greeted him with a smile. Of course it's me. It's the real deal.